Outcast Island, a standalone in the Exiled Sector series.
Welcome to Outcast Island. Exiled Sector is home to the outlaws, the criminals, and the ruthless, and I crash-landed on one of the Forbidden Isles. Now I'm being hunted. Venom Island, Nightmare Island, Outcast Island. There's only one rule in the Exiled Sector. Once you're marked for exile, there's no escape. I might not be marked, but I'm an Omega with no mate. Born into a world where a virus wiped out 90% of the human population that vampires like me need to survive. We've evolved, we've changed, and my blood is a precious commodity to the vampire alphas, who will fuck me until they rip me open and drain me dry. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to run. And when the most powerful alpha on the island takes me to his lair, I know I shouldn't trust him, especially because he seems to be waiting for something. And I'm afraid to find out what this vampire has in store for me. No matter what, I know it'll involve his knot that I can't take, his bite that'll enslave me, and his domination that will consume me. So why hasn't he taken me yet?
Chapter 1. Magnus. Pathetic. That's the only way to describe the vampire alpha on his knees begging for his life at my feet. I let him plead, even though there's nothing he can say that'll change his fate. His doom is as certain as the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots and the moonlight filtering through the dense island tree cover. The mild breeze does nothing to temper the molten desire to kill running through my veins. A fire burns inside my chest, and pain radiates through my jaw. My fangs are longer than usual. They're like a raging heart-on that won't go away until I've sunk them into warm flesh, ripping and biting until the deed is done. One death might not even be enough tonight, but that's okay. I have other tactics to stem my needs. Beg for your life, I mentally demand. He can't hear me, but my power as a vampire alpha works on the sheer force of my dominance. It extends beyond me in a tangible wave and makes him stiffen as I snarl. I keep going until he bows his head in the submission I require. I almost feel sorry for the vampire, but drawing out the kill helps my little rage problem. Yes, I think, as a refreshing wave of coolness sparks inside my soul. It only lasts for a moment, but this is how I temper the growing fire that will consume me whole if I ignore it. I've tried to pretend the urge doesn't exist. I let it grow too large before, and I nearly paid the price. That's why I'm on Outcast Island. No one marked me for exile. I did it to myself. And because of my choice of exile, I know my victim deserves this humiliation before he dies. Only the worst of the worst end up on Outcast Island, meaning this vampire is a ruthless killer. Perhaps I am too. But there's one thing I don't share in common with the assholes who are exiled to this blood-forsaken place. I protect the innocent, even if that means protecting them from me.
"You can have my rations,"
he says, As if I care for the cold blood that Alpha Fair will give this worthless piece of shit. Sure, it might be Vampire Omega blood that'll better sustain me, but I have my own means of procuring blood when I need it. Only, leaving the island requires that my rage levels be at their lowest for me to safely venture out. My urges seem to climb to new heights every day, requiring more and more blood and violence until I feel like myself again. Hence my little playtime with this asshole here. Why would I want your rations? I ask as I slowly crouch. My leather boots creak as I settle and crunch more of the dead leaves beneath my heel. I grip his hair and yank his head up so I can see his face. His black eyes stare back at me with panic and a little bit of insanity that comes with a vampire who has gone without blood for too long. He doesn't try to run. He knows who I am and why I've targeted him. Alpha Fair might rule this island, but we have an unspoken agreement. If any of his men disappoint him or challenge him, they are marked. This time not for exile, but for me. The mark is easy to point out. If a vampire has Alpha Fair's blood on him, he's fair game. I could scent the stench on this vampire a mile away. Another reason he doesn't run is that he knows the predator in me will take over if he does. I'll rip his spine from his body and gnaw on it like an appetizer before he's taken 3 steps. And he wouldn't get very far in his current state anyway. He's hungry. So am I. But that seems to make my magic stronger with its need to dominate and bend everyone and everything around me to my will. It's not just domination I require. It's their pain and an urge to make them bleed. Tilting my head, my dark hair falls across my face. I don't bother pushing it away as I peer at him through the parted strands. Rage burns inside me, demanding an outlet and making my jaw throb in pain. My chest rumbles with a growl I can't keep in. Why settle for rations when I can just feed on you? His eyes widen as if he hadn't expected that. Did the idiot forget how my rage worked? I need to drink blood, a lot of it. It doesn't matter what kind of blood it is, or if my body will reject it. The rage within me demands that rivers run red, and there are plenty of those on Outcast Island that will never be blue again. My fingers wrap around his throat, stifling whatever sound he's about to make. Then a rock strikes me in the head, sending a sharp pain radiating through my temple as blood rolls down my cheek. I swat away a few more flying stones. Huh, a telekinetic. That's a powerful ability. One that likely means this is a royal bastard from one of the more powerful nests. But this vampire alpha is far too starved to do more than ping me with a couple of rocks. Let's see how many rocks you can throw at me when you bleed, I think. My fangs graze his cheek, splitting his skin open to form a few droplets of his dark blood, when a ball of fire streaks across the sky. It hurts my sensitive eyes to look up at it, but the sight is so unusual that I fixate on the object, watching it as it heads toward the emptiness of the sea. No, that's not a fireball, I realize when I spot the flashing lights. That's an escape pod. The vampire in my grip looks up the moment I do and makes a guttural sound. It's odd enough to draw my attention away from the fireball, and I find that a flicker of victory ignites in his eyes. I don't have time to see why a crashing escape pod interests him. He's about to die. A feral grin overtakes his face. I loosen my grip just enough so he can speak, because now I'm curious. "If I die, I'm taking you with me," he says with a hiss. Then he bites off his own tongue. I'm stunned as he chokes on his blood. What kind of insanity is Alpha Fair dealing out these days? Then a shock wave of telekinetic power fueled by blood knocks me off my feet. But the Vampire Alpha's power wasn't aimed at me. It was directed at the escape pod. The airborne vehicle violently jerks in an unnatural pattern as the vampire snaps out a hand and seems to hold on to it. My eyes widen as it veers toward us. He's trying to crash it right on top of us. With a roar, I pounce on the vampire and twist his neck, and the snap of his spine cracks through the forest. When I look up, I see the pod jerk again in another direction before it descends into the tree line, sending a plume of smoke into the air. I wipe my fingers over the vampire's mouth and draw his blood into mine. My vision turns red in response as my stomach twists with the wrongness of imbibing another vampire alpha's blood. But I know I have to keep it together. Those marked for exile didn't crash on this island. They were brought in on a regular schedule. Alpha Fair had initiated a new batch of vampires just last week, meaning that whoever is in that escape pod is an innocent. And thanks to me, they are hurt, or worse. I might not have sent the escape pod off course, but had I not been toying with the vampire, he wouldn't have even attempted to redirect it. I doubt his telekinesis power had been that strong, at least not without something to boost it, like him biting off his own tongue. This is my fault. Now, I need to fix it. I need to get to whoever is in that escape pod. Blood misting is a possibility, but that will require reserves that I am low on. One vampire alpha isn't enough to keep me sane if I use up what little blood I have left. Stay, I command the survivor as I break into a run. Tracking them down will take more time, so it's best they stay where they are until I arrive. Assuming whoever just crashed is still alive. Please be alive, I hope, not needing more innocent blood on my hands. Ancient trees crack against me, snapping and bowing as I storm through them toward the crash site. I'm not the only one. The sickly sense of at least 4 different vampire alphas tell me that others are tracking the same target. A pack. Vampires don't always form packs, but it can happen. And 4 vampire alphas are going to be a challenge to handle, especially because they're heading for the same target I am. Whoever is in that escape pod is fresh blood. And thanks to me, they have crashed on this island. A crack sounds through the forest as the escape pod pops open. I'm nowhere near it, but my hearing can pick up sounds from miles away. My sense of smell is even more powerful, and when I inhale and draw in the overpowering scent of the newcomer, I fall to my knees. Dirt explodes all around me as I crash to the ground, and my breath catches in my chest. Pain jerks through me as the fires inside me roar to life. What the hell? I flash my gaze through the tree line, unable to see anything except the blur of a vampire alpha reacting similarly to me. He's stunned, but he'll recover in a moment. Because the newcomer isn't just an innocent. She's a vampire omega, and she's about to go into heat.
Chapter 2. Gudrun. My chest constricts as growls rip through the air, promising violence and blood. No, there's already blood. My nostrils flare as I draw in the metallic scent coming from the tree line. The distinct aroma is so powerful, it's almost as if I can taste it. As I roll my tongue, I realize there is blood in my mouth. I don't think it's mine either. It tastes just as wrong as the scents riding the humid breeze. Whose blood is in my mouth? I run my tongue over one sharp canine as I scan the dark forest. My vision makes everything seem bright, but I know it's nighttime. The sun is nowhere to be seen, and the moon hangs in the sky, cowering behind weighted clouds, as if it's an ominous omen of dark things to come. Hide, it seems to say. Looking around, I survey my options. There's a burning escape pod that I recall being jolted around in like a rag doll. Then there are the trees and the water. Water is death, my instincts tell me. There's nothing out there for me. But whatever is waiting for me in the trees is not much better. How do I know all this? I wonder. My senses pick up sounds, smells, and every stray glimmer of light with ease. There's a quiet pattern in the tree line, betraying the passage of skilled predators. 3 of them. No. 4. I decide on 5 at least, but one is separate from the rest and has heavier footing, as if it doesn't feel the need to hide its approach. And the sound is becoming louder. I don't have much time. My mind automatically catalogs how many minutes it thinks I have until I'm discovered, which doesn't match up to how much time I need to heal. How do I even know all that? Everything about my ability seems natural, but I can't remember why I would be able to see in the dark, or why my senses are so sharp. What am I? Because I'm not human, I don't think. I don't know what I am. I don't even know who I am, I realize, as I wet my lips with my tongue, trying to get rid of the vile taste. What's my name? And why can't I remember that? The ache on the side of my head might explain the diluted memory of my body slamming into the side of my escape pod. It was as if a god had reached down and slapped me onto a new course, and then shook me around a few times just for good measure. For the initial push, I'm grateful, because my escape pod had a malfunction and had been about to crash into the sea. I should be drowning right now. Even if I don't know what I am, I know being trapped at the bottom of the sea would eventually kill me. But I can't say I'm doing much better right now, because I'm a mangled mess on the ground. I seem to be able to clearly remember everything immediately before and after the crash, but nothing beyond that. Doesn't matter, I think. I need to figure out where I am. I need to explore. Stay. My body seems to tell me, but I reject that absurd idea. I have to move. When I try, pain slices up my legs, as if they had shattered into a million pieces and turned into glass. Heel first, I decide. The appendages are stuck in wrong angles, and I force myself to adjust them. A cry bubbles in the back of my throat, but I swallow it down. It feels like a trained skill my body learned to master a long time ago. Maybe I don't want to remember my past. I can't recall why I might be skilled at hiding pain or keeping quiet, but that may be a beneficial thing. It means I'm good at listening. So I focus on my surroundings as I dig my fingers into the dirt and drag myself forward. My body still seems to be telling me to stay, as if it had been commanded to do so. Who commanded it? I wonder, if that really was the case. There's no one around me, but that's going to change very soon. The growls in the distance are coming closer, meaning the predators don't care if I know they're approaching. They think I'm weak. I'm not weak, I protest. But my broken legs aren't healing fast enough for me to feel very confident in my thought. A sense of danger skitters up my spine, and I keep my breathing shallow while my legs heal. That has to come first. I expect my memories to recover as quickly as my bones seem to be mending, but my past remains shrouded in darkness. Whatever healing powers I possess, they don't seem to be working on my memory loss. A snarl rips to the air, forcing my chest to tighten. Pain twists inside my stomach, making me swallow a whimper, as the rising agony seems to worsen, not get better. Another growl has knives slicing through my midsection, awakening a new sort of pain that doesn't feel right. Can these creatures cause pain with their growls? An overpowering mingling of scents dominates the air, overtaking the softer, salty notes of the ocean and the bitter, charred scents of my burning escape pod. One of the beings I'm scenting pops through the tree line and freezes in his tracks when he spots me. The man with dark eyes smells like rotten flesh, and I can practically feel his lust from my prone position. He grins, showing off long, dangerous fangs. Now I know what the creatures are. Vampires. My eyes widen as I realize that I'm a vampire too. Or I must be. My teeth sharpen in response to the danger. They're long enough to cut my lips, and I peel them back in a practiced move my body remembers better than I do. My legs are still healing, so there's no way I can run. I get ready to bite. I have sharp teeth too, asshole, I think, as I give him a growl of my own. My little snarl seems to amuse the vampire. His dark eyes glitter as he chuckles, and the sensation of his perverted desire thrums through me again, making me feel sick.
Be a good little Omega and come with me. I'll find us a safe spot where my pack can't get to you.
He adjusts himself, highlighting his malicious intentions.
You'll take my knot before I feed. Protection isn't free, little one.
Protection. A shiver runs up my spine. My stomach turns with disgust and fear as I wonder how effective my bite will really be on this vampire. His hunger washes over me, as if I can feel it for myself. Perhaps it's just the terror painting a terrible picture of what's about to happen, but the sensations rolling over me are a sickening mixture of his lust and need. My body can offer him something valuable, something he hasn't had in a long time. He called me an Omega. Maybe those are rare. I don't want your so-called protection, I hiss. My stomach twists in response to his rancid stench. Pain slices through my core, and my hand falls to my belly. Everything about him is wrong. He chuckles again.
You're going to need an alpha soon, little one.
He frowns when I hiss at him again.
I can sense you're not compatible with my bloodline as far as mating goes, but that's okay. You can still take a nut just fine, and your blood will taste better than the pathetic rations I've had today.
He waves his hands toward the tree line, now practically rumbling with growls. Each sound awakens a new blade inside my stomach, making dark spots sprinkle over my vision as I struggle to remain conscious.
Still not convinced that you need my protection? Don't you know where you are?
Go away. I pant through slices of pain that seem like they'll tear me apart. Sweat breaks out over my brow as I try to breathe through it. When I check my hand, there's no blood at all. What's going on with me? He glares at me.
Are you actually telling me no? What kind of Omega are you?
He spits on the ground as if I disgust him, yet the way he's looking at me says he fully intends to take what he wants anyway.
If you're going to be useless, maybe I should settle for a taste and then let you experience a pack of vampire alphas when they go into a frenzy.
His mouth parts as he lets his gaze drop over me. Whatever I was wearing before I crashed, it's now tattered, torn, and barely intact as it hangs from my small frame.
I'm fast, little one. That's why I arrived first.
He tilts his head as the growls grow louder, and he sniffs the air.
They're almost here. It's time to go.
He seems to only take one step, but he's in front of me before I have time to blink. I'm fast, little one. The others aren't here yet, which means his speed is some sort of special ability. Do I have an ability? I wonder. If I do, I won't have enough time to find out before it's too late, because the vampire alpha begins to growl again. Defeat lingers in the back of my mind when each low rumble makes it more and more impossible to move. My stomach is in a giant knot, and I'm panting through strained breaths, each one feeling like a chore. Victory streaks across his face when he sees my expression.
You. Come here.
A low voice commands from far away. I can barely discern the words because they were distant, maybe even a mile off. But the vampire towering over me stiffens in response. His hearing is just as good as mine. My eyes widen when he's gone in the next second. Did he run off? His scream echoes through the distant trees, cut off by the sound of a bone snapping. The stench of blood fogs the air, making my nose wrinkle. Whoever killed the vampire alpha is covered in his blood, or too far away, so I can't send him. All I know is he has a power that rivals speed. Somehow, he just convinced another vampire alpha to run toward death. More scents invade my senses, likely the pack the dead vampire had mentioned. These give off varying shades of unpleasant things. Mold, rotten seagrass, an aged swamp. My nose tells me that each one is a distinct scent of a vampire alpha who has come to the crash site. The growls have changed, lessening the pain in my stomach when they turn on each other, instead of directing their attention toward me. They're fighting, I realize. I've landed in a place infested with feral vampires, hungry enough to turn on their own pack members. Although, one of them definitely sounded different from the others. Maybe it's a pack and one loner. A snarl rips through the forest, echoed by another snap of bone. A powerful owner. One I don't intend to be around long enough to meet. My legs are healed enough so that I can stand without falling, and my stomach has paused the abuse of internal blades. I'm about to bolt when a new scent slams into me, followed by the intense sensation of white-hot rage. My vision blanks as my knees buckle, sending me into a heap on the ground again. Every wrong stench evaporates, only to be replaced with the new aroma of masculine wood smoke and expensive liquor. There's a bite to the scent, one that demands my attention. The other vampires I can no longer smell burst through the tree line. One of them breaks from the frenzy and comes straight at me, while the others pounce on a larger male I can't make out. The one approaching me has eyes black as night, and his teeth are painted red with blood. He seems skinny and malnourished, but it doesn't slow him down. He jumps. High. Another ability. I try to scramble out of the way, but the sound of growls holds me captive. When he lands, he pins me to the ground as he digs his long nails into my flesh. The impact draws what little breath I have from my chest and leaves me stunned. I force myself to inhale, ignoring his putrid stench as I fight back. Snarling, I slash at him with little claws of my own, leaving bloody marks. That seems like a practiced response too, and I'm grateful my dark memories aren't haunting me while I try to survive this living nightmare. The male on top of me kicks my legs open as he stretches his jaw, looking ready to bite.
Stop!
A male voice commands. The word barrels through the air and slams into the vampire on top of me, as if it were a bullet. My attacker goes still as his jaw clenches. I can almost feel his conflicting emotions battling against the order. He doesn't want to stop. The only thing that'll prevent him from trying to mount me and bite me is his death. His eyes widen when fear spikes inside his chest, seeming to spear straight into me. He can't move, which gives the male who ordered him to stop enough time to pounce. Claws and fangs shred the vampire apart, tearing flesh from bone, until I don't even recognize him anymore. Blood covers me as I shriek and curl into a ball. Be small. Be quiet. The trained internal thoughts come to me with practiced ease. I've been in danger before, and I know better than to run. Especially when an apex predator is tearing apart his enemies.
Follow your friend to hell.
The new male commands, but the words aren't meant for me. He's speaking to the other vampires. I flinch as bodies practically explode all around me, showering me with blood that reeks of old death. From what I can see through my spread fingers, he's using his claws and his teeth. But he's so powerful, so angry. Daring another glance up, I see that the predator has shredded through the remaining pack of vampires like they were paper mache. He's covered in blood and gore, as am I. While he's obviously also a vampire, he's something other. He's bigger, more terrifying, and seems to demand obedience in a way that holds me captive. I try not to scream when he plucks me from the ground and protectively holds me to his hard chest. I'll look my death in the eyes, I decide. Because there's no way I'm going to survive whatever comes next against such a powerful vampire. Not in my current state, when I don't even know my own name. When I stare into black eyes, with sparks of embers that reflect my frazzled, blood-soaked state, I feel like I'm drowning in a sea of fire. He's a male with sharp cheekbones and messy hair and has the face of a god. He doesn't show his fangs, which is a measure of restraint that I know demonstrates his need for control. He had them out earlier, evident by the blood running down his chin, but he has no need to bite. He can freeze vampire alphas with a simple command. It's his power, I realize. One that comes from the depths of emotion so darkly violent that I shiver against him. It washes over me, and I'm helpless to fight the onslaught. I'm burning alive. This male is rage incarnate. He is power. He is dominance in flesh and bone. And he is furious. So much anger, I murmur, as I place my fingers against his chest. A shudder works through me as the overwhelming need for violence and pain rampages through my body. I know this is what he's feeling right now. Somehow it's bleeding into me. I'm not sure how to rid myself of it, so I let my body tell me what to do. It seems to have practice with this, and it tells me to give in. I submit. My entire body goes limp against him as my fingers trail down his bloody chest, and I discover a necklace. My fingers wrap around the locket, finding it warm. Sleepiness washes over me as I struggle to keep my eyes open.
Oh, little diamond, what a power you have.
He hugs me closer as my stomach dips, and a heated mist wraps around my entire body.
You'll be safe with me.
Those are the last words I hear, but the emotion that comes with them doesn't match the sentiment. I'm not safe at all, especially not with him.
Sleep,
he commands. Despite all the fight I have within me, it's a command I decide to obey. I might be a spitfire, but I know when I've met my match. After witnessing the might of this vampire decimating his enemies into bloody obliteration, I certainly don't want to be awake when he decides what he's going to do with me. Because whatever comes next is going to be the last thing I'll ever see.
Chapter 3 Magnus. Little Diamond. That's what this Omega is. Rare, incredibly beautiful, impossibly valuable, and entirely mine. I kneel as I allow the transition of power to take place. I know what is happening, but I never expected to find an Omega who could ground me. Her blissful scent of cherries makes my mouth water and my knots swell. Other Omegas have always smelled a little bitter to me, but not this one. She is sweet. Her scent invades my thoughts and permeates my skin, drenching me with her aroma in a declaration that suggests her blood already finds mine to be compatible. Which is impossible. I had looked for centuries for an Omega who was compatible with my blood type. I wasn't like the rest of my family. I was a monstrosity among vampire alphas, and I had an unknown marker that set me apart. That made me feral without a mate. I had searched for one in sheer desperation to resolve the issue. An easy way to test compatibility is to allow an Omega to taste another vampire alpha's blood. Incompatibility should simply mean a sour taste. In my case, it means death. And I have far too many dead Omegas on my conscience as it is. Never again. The blood rage had only worsened as the guilt festered. After a close call with my little brother when he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, I knew I had to give up my search. Exile. Glancing down at the gorgeous female with brownish blonde hair, I dared to hope that might change. I could go home. But where are you from, little diamond? I wonder, because now that I have found a compatible Omega, her needs will always come before my own. Why is she here? How had she found herself careening in a fireball streaking across the sky? The overwhelming need to protect her and care for her makes my arms shake, but I will them to remain strong and steady so as not to jolt her. Our exchange of magic has to be done before I can properly tend to her needs, and I will tend to all of them, with her permission. Next will be the exchange of blood. Only if she wants it, I remind myself. I'd rather die than force an Omega to live a lifetime dealing with me. Our magic bond can be broken. It's only the first step in a mate bond between vampires. Dismantling it would hurt. It might even kill me. But I would do it if it pleased her. Closing my eyes, I allow her blissful scent to dig into my skin and taste the magic that courses through my blood. My magic is violent and unruly, but a calmness unlike anything I've ever felt rolls through me as I let the Omega's magic saturate me. You're so powerful, little diamond. More powerful than you could possibly know. The burning escape pod dims from my senses, and the tree line remains quiet. Now that I've killed multiple vampire alphas, now that I've found her, I'll be able to blood mist us to my lair without risking insanity. But first I need to make sure I finish the exchange. My body gives her all the blood rage I've dealt with for years, trusting her to handle its impossible weight. Unfortunately, I have no choice in the matter. The alternative would be that I keep it in, and I know what would happen next if I did that. She would die. I would force my knot on her, then I would drain her. I will not let that happen. I am better than those assholes I tore into. My rage had knocked her out cold, but that was for the best. She was in far too much pain. Her little body shivering in my arms betrays how much agony she was enduring. It wasn't just because she had broken her legs when the vampire had roughly redirected the escape pod's course, but because she was an Omega close to her heat. She is likely well into the first stage of her heat, now that we have magic bonded, so I have to be mindful of how I handle her. Especially since I won't know how much damage has been done until she wakes up again. A pack of vampire alphas growling at her, encouraging her to accept a rushed estrus, would have been excruciatingly painful. That's not how vampire Omegas are supposed to be lured into such a vulnerable state. A heat notifies the vampire alpha that she is ready. Estrus only happens when she knows she is safe. That is when she will be able to breed. And she can't do that unless she trusts the vampire alpha who courts her. But it can be forced. That's not how my nest runs things, even if some do. But this is Outcast Island. The only rules here are Alpha Fair's rules. And he must have given them permission to take any Omegas who found themselves here. Meaning I will be receiving unwelcome visitors to my lair soon. It is no secret to Alpha Fair where I choose to live, even if it is out of sight and away from the main activities of the island. I am more or less left alone. But that's because I don't interfere. Now, that's about to change. A sense of peace wraps around me like a cherry-scented blanket when the exchange is done. I open my eyes to find the Omega sleeping. She isn't shaking anymore. She has accepted me as well. We'll see to your needs now, little diamond, I think, as I blood mist us away from the crash site. My lair is on the other side of the island, so it's the best way to travel to tend to her immediately. And when you wake, I will be here, and I will rip apart anyone who dares try to touch you again.
Chapter 4. Gudrun. Male voices murmuring with cordial but dominating tones wake me from the best sleep of my life. Whoever lit that candle of wood smoke and liquor is my hero. My eyes flash open when I recall that the scent is not from a candle. It's from the vampire who killed everyone around me in a shower of blood and terror. When I search my surroundings, they don't match what my brain is telling me I should be seeing. No escape pod. No blood-soaked ground. No intensely beautiful and terrifying vampire who doused me with his rage. All I see is a kempt bedroom with cozy, if a bit masculine, furniture. There's a large oak dresser at the end of an oversized bed. I've sunk into the center of it, and am surrounded by pillows. And shirts. Snatching up one of the garments, I bring it to my nose and inhale deeply. My eyelids flutter closed as I indulge in the perfect scent. His scent. That's when I register that I'm picking up voices again. The tones sound civil but strained. An overpowering warmth radiates from inside my chest, and I rub at it while I listen.
Alpha Fair said the escape pod and whoever was inside it was fair game to the fastest and strongest vampire,
says an unfamiliar voice. The lethal steadiness of it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, but I keep listening.
Then that would obviously be me,
the male who took me replies. My breath comes in short pants as the warmth from my chest shoots through my abdomen, then pools between my thighs, confusing me. I should be experiencing the urge to run as fast as I can while he's distracted. Instead, I am imagining him killing the male who is talking, so that he can come back into this bedroom and devour me. No devouring, I chide myself. Stupid death-seeking pussy of mine. Maybe I have a thing for psychotic killers, or maybe I'm just insane to begin with, because I should definitely not be fantasizing about him biting the inside of my legs with the fangs I have yet to see. But I bet they're big. My libido supplies. Just like other things. I mentally slap myself as the voices continue, blissfully unaware of my internal battle.
You're not one of us, Magnus,
the chilling voice says.
So that means you don't have a right to the Omega. Alpha Fair commands that you...
A gurgling sound follows, and I can only imagine that Magnus has wrapped his fingers around the male's throat.
No one commands me, Ja'ar. You've grown complacent with your little position as liaison between Alpha Fair and me. You tell him that if he wants to command me, he can come in person and stop being a coward.
I whimper as both males begin to growl. Those familiar blades reappear in my stomach again, further confusing me as my desire melts into pain. A door slams, then the door to the bedroom makes a bunch of clicking sounds. I can hear a series of deadbolts unlatching, followed by the creak of a metal door. What the hell? I can only guess Magnus doesn't like to be disturbed when he sleeps. With the door open, Magnus is in the bedroom a moment later, making the space seem small as he looms over the bed. He's even more beautiful than before. His hair is damp as if he had showered, which explains the lack of blood all over his body. I realize that I'm clean as well, and I'm wearing one of his shirts and nothing underneath. My hair has been washed and dried, and as I comb my fingers through it, I notice it has even been brushed. Did Magnus take care of me? Warmth pulls between my legs again. He's only wearing a pair of jeans that seem a size too small for him, doing little to hide the swelling package between his massive thighs. His entire body is layered with muscles, but in a lithe way that flatters the large vampire alpha. This time, though, his fangs are out. To my disappointment, they retract before he speaks to me.
I apologize,
he begins, then stops as he seems to make an assessment of me. His dark gaze skims over my shivering body, and he frowns as if displeased by something he sees.
I had hoped you would not wake without me here, but Alpha Fair sent.
He cuts himself off, as if the information is irrelevant, which I suppose it is. I have no idea who Alpha Fair is, or the male he had called Ja'ar, whom he sent off with a growl. Apparently, Ja'ar was a lot more intelligent than the vampires I had met at the crash site. He knew how to encounter Magnus and leave with his body intact. By submitting. Maybe that's why he's displeased. I'm still gawking at him like an idiot. My entire being screams at me to submit as well. I bow my head and curl into myself, more out of instinct than fear. I should be afraid of him, but he's not giving me the same signals he was before. Whatever rage he had been funneling into me feels manageable now. It's as if my body had accepted the molten iron core, and now it simmers inside my chest. I place a hand over my sternum, marveling that I can feel it there. When he kneels on the bed, that warmth shoots down my core once again, making me swallow a pitiful mew I don't want him to hear. He doesn't need to know the effect he has on me. He's already in a position of power. He lifts my chin with a finger, then offers me a soft smile.
You don't have to do that.
Do what? I ask him. He sucks in a breath, then his smile grows bigger.
Blood. Your voice is beautiful. Are you from Greenland? What's your name?
He eases next to me, drawing his arm around my small frame as he tucks me against his side. The motion seems natural and protective, but after what he said to Ja'ar, I'm under the assumption that Magnus is not like the rest of the vampires on this island. And it seems I'm under his protection too. The last vampire who had offered me protection had the stipulation that I take his knot and feed him my blood. Is this what this vampire wants from me? I find myself not so appalled by the idea, in his case. Instead of telling him I don't know my name or where I'm from, I spew idiocy from my mouth. You didn't answer my question, I remind him, then mentally curse myself as I dip my head again. He asked me a question, and yet I challenged him to answer mine first. He chuckles as if I amuse him. He offers a rumbling sound that reminds me of the growls I had heard, but this sound is softer and doesn't send knives tumbling around in my stomach. Rather, it comforts me and makes my shoulders relax. A cocoon of protection and assurance wraps around me, telling me I'm safe.
You don't need to submit,
he says, his words vibrating as he continues the alluring sound.
I made sure that no one can hurt you now. I'm strong enough to keep you safe. I promise.
I hum and close my eyes, then lean into him. Because you're a vampire alpha? That much is clear. But I feel like a blank slate without my memory. I want confirmation and clarity on all fronts.
Is that not obvious?
He asks, still releasing that sound that has me floating in a sea of peaceful bliss. His fingers dig into my hip, and he slowly massages muscles I didn't even know were sore. I melt into him when I respond. I guess. I just don't know what a vampire alpha is exactly. He goes still.
You're a vampire Omega with an incredibly rare empath power in your bloodline, proving your royalty. And you don't know what a vampire alpha is.
It's my turn to chuckle. Figures I'm royalty. I'm probably some unwanted heir better off dead and abandoned. Or maybe I'm on the run from an undesirable betrothal. If that's the case, then I'm an idiot for landing on an island of vampire alphas who want to fuck me until I'm dead. Sighing, I feel like I can't worry about such things while this male holding me is emitting such an amazing sound. It makes me want to open up to him, but I don't even know who I really am. I think I have a little memory loss problem. I point to my head as I manage to slit one eye open. Bumped myself on the landing, if one could call that a landing. Guilt I don't understand washes through me, and I realize the emotion is coming from him. I'm a vampire Omega with the power of empathy. That's why I'm feeling all these emotions from everyone around me. Great. Why couldn't I get a cooler power, like jumping 3 stories or bossing around other vampire alphas? Why do you feel guilty for my crash? I ask, now that I know the emotions I'm feeling are his. And what is that sound you keep making? He grins at me, then whispers in my ear.
It's called a purr. Do you like it?
I hum in agreement. Yes, but stop pushing the guilt on me. It feels cold. The emotion is unlike the primal energy he funneled into me earlier. As a vampire, I can only come to the conclusion that I naturally run cold, so I like the source of warmth.
I crashed your escape pod.
He murmurs against my ear as more guilt douses me.
Or, well, it was my fault it was redirected.
How? I wonder. His touch travels up my back as his fingers follow my spine. It should be a terrifying movement, given the strength I know this male is capable of. I find myself leaning into it instead. I really do have a death wish.
The vampire I killed was trying to crash your escape pod on top of me.
I blink at him a few times. Oh. Tilting my head, I recall the voice I had heard from a mile away. So you were the one who called the first vampire who'd found me back into the forest. How did you do that? His fingers begin to massage me, as though he hopes he can keep me from bolting, if he's gentle enough.
People have a tendency to do what I say.
Because of your charm? I ask with a wry grin. He chuckles.
Hardly. My power is from a dominance blood marker. If I command someone to do something, then they will.
Always? I ask, my eyes widening. He hums, making his purr roll deeper in his chest.
Not always. The command has to be within reason, and within the limits of the cost.
I don't have to ask what the cost is. I can feel its molten demand inside my chest. Violence and blood. Lots of it. His purr stops as he curls into me, and I realize his fangs are poised against my throat, and his arm has me locked against him. I go very still once I comprehend the danger I'm in. His purr lured me into a sense of safety, and now I'm trapped. You need blood, I guess.
Vampire Omega blood, specifically.
He clarifies against my throat. His tongue flicks out to taste my skin.
And now that we are magic bonded, we can finish what we've started. We can become blood bonded, if you wish.
He licks me again, making me shiver.
It'll let me protect you.
I don't know what any of those words mean. Blood bonded, magic bonded. It makes my head spin, as does the reminiscent promise of protection in exchange for letting him bite me. Also letting him knot me, perhaps, while he uses those large fangs on me. I'm not sure I want that anymore. Now that he's not seducing me with his purr, I'm not so convinced I'll be safe, that I'll even survive. I'm sorry, I murmur, flustered as I squeeze my eyes shut and prepare myself for his bite. It's going to hurt. There's no way around that. And based on the rousing need building inside him, I know it's going to be violent. He might not be able to stop. Who knows how long it's been since he's had the kind of blood he needs. Given what he said about blood markers and compatibility, he might never have had blood like mine. What'll happen when he tastes me? Will he knot me? Will he kill me? I have the feeling that he doesn't intend to harm me, but there's so much power coiled inside of him that he might not be able to prevent doing damage to a frail Omega whose only power resides in the burden of others' feelings. He growls against my throat, and I whimper. The sound doesn't particularly hurt like the other growls had. This one demands that my body prepare itself for him, despite the fact that I haven't agreed to anything yet. Terror winds through me as I realize he can make me agree if he wants to. The new sound rumbling through his chest sends warmth shooting between my legs, and I automatically open them for him. There's nothing to impede his view. The sight of my wetness spoiling his bedsheets and sticking to my thighs proves the kind of power he has over my body. Because I'm a vampire Omega, and he has decided to own me. He already completed some sort of magic bond, whatever that meant. If this vampire valued consent, I should have had a say in that. I don't even know when it happened. But my body betrays me and opens everything to him. My vulnerability displays itself like a lamb brought to slaughter as I twist my neck to give him access to sink his fangs into my flesh. He snarls, making me shiver as my core twists and fresh wetness gushes out of me in response. I squeeze my eyes shut, readying myself for the impact that is surely to come. Only it all stops, and I'm left stunned as a warm mist wafts over my face. My body sways without his there to support mine. Blinking my eyes open, I run my fingers over the substance and find traces of blood. You have another power. He's gone, meaning he can teleport too. That information explains how he brought me to his lair so quickly, but it doesn't help my current predicament. My legs are still spread open for him, and my body is thrumming with need that he had demanded. But then he left me alone, to deal with this desire all by myself. I'm not sure if I'm grateful or angry that he left without a word. I'm not even sure how he disappeared. All I know is that without his presence, my body retaliates, and my core throbs with desire that won't be sated now. Tears burn at the edges of my eyes, as the agony within me grows and twists, turning violent, as if I had somehow pushed him away when I needed him most. You're going to need a vampire alpha soon. The other vampire had said those words. Was this what he meant? The insane urge to push my blood-wet fingers into my pussy doesn't make sense, but I do it anyway. The pain is too sharp to ignore. I need something inside of me. Now. As soon as my fingers are securely deep inside, as is the blood on them, a climax rolls over me. But it doesn't bring me relief. My body spasms and clenches around my fingers, but it's not enough. Pain and need leave me panting as tears slide down my face. He's gone. And his absence in my current state is far worse than death.
Chapter 5 Magnus. My roar shakes the alternate side of the island. I blood-misted far enough away that my little diamond shouldn't be impacted by my need. Because my lust will throw her into an estrus she doesn't want. She'd apologized and steeled herself when I had nearly bitten her. She didn't want the blood bond. She didn't even seem to know what that fucking meant. And I had pushed her with my purr, lured her into submission, which I'd said I didn't require, all while I primed her for my knot. And then, when I'd stopped, she had been terrified. Fuck! What other few vampires are in the vicinity have wisely started running, but that's what I need right now. I give in to the chase. My boots hit the ground with a steady pulse of thunder as I make no attempt to hide my presence. They will know death is coming to them. They'll experience the full force of my rage. I am a feral vampire alpha denied by his omega. It's my own doing. I have no one to blame but myself for rushing things. But whoever crosses my path now will pay as if they were to blame. Run as fast as you can, I think, taunting Alpha Fair's vampires, who have likely begun patrolling the island for more escape pods. If there was one, there should be more, but those weren't my concern. It gives me the opportunity I need to kill. Blood misting to my prey would be too easy, and it won't satisfy the demand of biting and fucking that is riding me hard. I'm going to have to feed on vampire alpha blood until I calm down. My stomach will reject it later, but it will do the job of satiating my need for blood born of violence at least. I'm so close to falling into a rut. That can't happen. An unfulfilled rut paired with my type of blood marker will leave me in a state of blood rage for weeks, maybe even months. And then my little blood diamond would be dead, broken apart and ruined by those I should protect her from, which, if I can't even protect her from myself, might prove difficult. I'll figure this out, I vow. I find my prey, but a vampire alpha with black eyes is a sore prize for what I really need. I tear into him anyway, sinking my fangs down to the bone as I gnaw on his spine. His screams won't last long. I ignore them as I clamp down. My jaw works with powerful strokes until I rip his spine clean out, sending his screams into silence. Then I drink from the hole I've made, taking my fill as my stomach twists and complains from the sour taste. I think of the cherry soaking my bed with my Omega's need. I think of the sweet flicker of ecstasy I tasted on her skin. Perhaps I can win her over, but she needs time. She's confused because I've been too rough. The escape pod had been redirected because of me. I'll be better. For you, little diamond. That is the last coherent thought I have before I fall into a violent spiral, sucking the blood from a vampire's torn neck until I drain him dry. Then I sniff the air and search for the next one.
Chapter 6. Gudrun. I don't know how many times I used my fingers on myself until I finally passed out from the pain. When I wake again, a fever rampages my body and sweat drips down my brow. Wiping it away, I frown when my fingers come back red. Not sweat, I realize as I sniff it, finding it metallic. Even if it doesn't quite smell like Magnus, I know what it is. Blood. My body is rejecting Magnus's blood that I'd pushed inside myself. There seems to be more than there should be, though. The bed sheets are completely red, and I'm covered in the little ruby droplets, as if I had expelled blood from my system for hours. Maybe some of it is mine.
I'm sorry,
A male voice says from a dark corner of the room. I flinch, but I'm too weak to pull the covers over my body. My lower half is sticky, and my legs feel heavy. An ache resides in my stomach, and it's so powerful that I can't even see straight. I stare at him as the room spins. Magnus's guilt is a refreshing cold cloth this time, as he approaches me. He's covered in blood again, but his eyes have changed. They're red. Or rather, they're a dull red, muted but different from the dark orbs flecked with embers that I had seen before. "Where have you been?" I ask, my voice coming out hoarse, as if I'd spent hours crying and screaming. Perhaps I had. I can't remember much, other than the pain. His guilt strengthens, before he seems to remember I have empathic powers, and his jaw clenches. The sensation of his emotions clamps down in response. He's learning control.
I was feeding on any vampire alpha I could find on the island before I returned to you,
He says.
I need to violently kill to stem the blood rage, and you were in no position to take on more of my anger.
His gaze falls over me, taking in the damage he caused.
If you don't know what a vampire alpha even is, then you don't know that you're in heat, or what that means.
A swallow works down his throat, and his jaw clenches before he continues.
You need a knot. But if I am to knot you, it is because you want it. And I need to be in enough control that I can help you through your heat without forcing you into estrus or biting you, if you don't want to blood bond.
I'm not sure what estrus is, but everything else he just said rings true. There's not a single wound on my body, but I'm starting to understand what it means to be a vampire Omega. I have needs, and he denied me at the worst possible time. Because I'm in heat. But isn't it stopping exactly what I had wanted? Maybe I hadn't said it aloud, but he was frightening me. I wanted it to stop. I wanted to understand. And he did what he had to do to make sure he could pull back, so we could have a proper conversation. You're a good alpha, I tell him, and I mean it. I might not have my memory, but I know there aren't many vampires with his kind of control or desire to respect an Omega's wishes. After what I experienced at the crash site, I have little faith in my kind. A dark chuckle rumbles in his chest, stoking warmth inside my belly that has life returning to my dead limbs.
You wouldn't say that if you knew me.
Then let's get to know one another, I suggest. Perhaps it's a ridiculous thing to say, when I just finger-fucked myself with his blood on his bed while I rolled in his shirts, but he doesn't particularly seem to mind. He nods in agreement.
I'll make you a deal, little diamond. Let me wash you. Let me give you what you need. And you try to tell me anything you might remember about yourself. Okay?
Warmth kisses my cheeks, as I wonder what he means by giving me what I need, especially if that involves being naked. But my mouth already agrees with a whispered, yes. He wastes no time scooping me up with his powerful arms. My nose wrinkles when I scent the layers of foul blood on him. There are too many scents for me to piece together how many vampires he might have fed on before returning to me. Another pack, meaning 4 vampires, maybe 5.
9.
Magnus informs me, as if he read my mind, but I know he can see the question on my face. When my eyes widen, he chuckles again as he takes me down a dim hall lit by soft lights that come to life the moment he passes them. Motion sensor, I guess. But even with the sensors, it feels appropriate. He wants there to be light, so there is. Not that we need it, being vampires, but not having to use my special senses puts less strain on me, and Magnus seems to know that. Taking care of me appears to be intuitive for him. Well, after he killed and feasted on numerous vampire alphas. Details. Is that going to cause a problem with Alpha Fair? I ask. Not that I know anything about the politics of this island, but I've gleaned enough to learn that Magnus has some sort of truce with another Alpha. And given the fact that he hadn't killed the messenger, he seems to want to keep it that way.
I'll handle that,
Magnus says, making me pinch my lips as he takes me into the bathroom. My concern vanishes as I blink at the sheer size of it, marveling at the stone whirlpool tub and large shower. He smiles as he settles me on my feet, then flicks a switch. The stone basin comes to life as steaming water pours through holes. Bubbles rush to the surface as it quickly fills. So, could you command me to do something right now? I ask, letting my gaze drift back to him. He doesn't shy away from my attention. I'd expect nothing less from the intimidating vampire. But he doesn't choose to loom over me either. Instead, he leans down to lower his stature while we talk.
I could,
he says with a grin.
Do you want me to try it?
I smirk, then shake my head. No. But I'm glad that you did. Before, I mean. He had been too far away to help me with the first vampire. His command was what had saved me. It's a pretty cool power to have. Much cooler than feelings. He surprises me by pressing a kiss to the top of my head.
I would trade it in a second, little diamond. If only I had found you sooner and spared you pain.
Another blush warms my cheeks as he tugs the shirt I'm wearing over my head and slowly settles me into the water. He peels off his clothes while I shamelessly watch. His body is an incredible work of art, and it would be impossible to look away even if I wanted to. He's not skinny like the other vampires I had come across, nor is he pale. His skin has a healthy tan to it, as if he spent time in the sun, and the caked blood on his skin does little to hide his perfection. My eyes sting even at the thought of the sun, but I know a vampire like Magnus can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. A little sun won't stop him. My eyes dip, taking in an erection he doesn't attempt to hide. The swell at the base of his cock holds my interest the most.
Do you like how my knot looks, little diamond?
he asks with a smooth smile. I try to look away, but I can't. Yes, I say honestly, as I appreciate the masculine beauty that is all Magnus. Feeling self-conscious, I glance down at myself, seeing my frail, malnourished form and my scraggly hair that's sticky over my breasts, making it look like a spider web has taken over my chest. I'm not shy about my body, but it's not much to look at. When I glance up at him to see if he's disgusted by me, I'm surprised to see the soft desire lurking in his gaze. You said we were magic bonded, I ask, because that must be clouding his judgment. I'm a horrid sight, to be sure. He eases into the warm water across from me. When I start to shiver, he comes to my side and tugs me into his lap. His erection presses against my back, but he makes no move to take advantage of our naked state. Instead, he grabs some oils and a small bowl and starts lathering my hair with warm water and something that smells like lavender. My eyes nearly roll into the back of my head when he massages my scalp.
Yes,
He responds after a few moments of washing and rinsing my hair until he seems satisfied. He changes to a different type of lotion and massages my shoulders as he talks.
we are vampires. That means most of us have magic determined by our blood markers. It typically depends on the bloodline, but there are outliers.
He pauses for a moment, making me wonder if there are any others like him. If there are any others like me. And our magic types are compatible, I ask. He hums in agreement.
Surprisingly, yes. My power resides in emotion, as does yours. They just work in very different ways.
Desire stirs in my core as his touch caresses me with a quality of adoration I can't fully describe.
I'm an alpha, so my magic pushes my emotions outward instead of inward, like yours seems to do. But there's another part of my blood type that also gives me a surplus of rage and bloodlust to deal with. It's something I've never fully been able to control, hence my exile.
I tilt my head as I watch the bubbles simmer across the bath's surface. Focusing on them is my effort to try to ignore the desire rolling through me, to turn around and do something stupid, like kiss him. The urge to comfort him is almost overwhelming, and I want to do that with my tongue. But he's finally giving me answers, and the last thing I should do is stop him from talking. You were sent here because of your magic, I ask.
Something like that.
He says, his voice rumbling low with a hint of a purr. But he pulls it back before it can fully manifest. I realize that he's fighting his instincts to claim me. Instead, he's giving me this time to adjust and learn.
I am an alpha.
He repeats, as if he needs to remind me of that dangerous fact.
And that means I require an Omega to shoulder the burden of my magic.
An Omega like me? I ask hopefully. I find myself wanting to be that anchor he obviously needs. I'm strong. I know I am. But I have the sense that my magic is just as difficult for me to control. While his magic is an outward projection that hurts others, mine is like a sponge, and all it does is hurt me.
If you deem me worthy,
He finally says. He shifts me so that I'm flush against his back, and he can work his strong fingers down my sore thighs where the bones had healed. My core burns at the proximity of his touch. He's so close to where I want him, but he continues his agonizingly slow circles over my muscles, while his knot pulses at the base of my spine. You said I take your anger? I press. I need to understand how this bond between us works. If I can help him control his power, maybe he can help me control mine.
yes.
He answers. His voice seems closer now as he practically purrs in my ear, but he's not yet releasing that delicious sound. He seems to want me to fully digest what he's telling me.
Your empathic powers draw in the emotions from around you. I've never met an empath, much less one who is an Omega. Given your accent, you must be from one of the neighboring nests in Greenland. There are many smaller ones, and I've investigated most of them. All except one.
That piques my interest. And which nest did you avoid? A growl vibrates in his chest, making me flinch before he immediately pulls it back.
The Alva nest,
he says. My vision sprinkles with red dots as the name seems to awaken something within me. That's where I'm from, I recall, as pain slices through my head. Memories flood back without my permission, but hearing the name of my nest dismantles a barrier that was keeping them at bay. It wasn't the impact of the crash that took my memories. It was the trauma of the vampire alpha blood in my system. The blood I had been sweating wasn't Magnus's, I realize, as my eyes widen. It was the blood I had digested of any alpha who wasn't him. I'm an heiress, I say, as I recall my father's cruel face. His bright red eyes were somehow always simultaneously dark, even though he made sure he never went hungry. He didn't feed on just my mother. It would kill her if he fed on her as often as he preferred, which meant he had many mistresses. Nausea rose through my stomach as I recalled the culture of the Alva nest and why Magnus might prefer to avoid it. But my father couldn't find an alpha that I was compatible with, I remember aloud, as pain pinches in my chest, but I force myself to speak the unfolding memories while Magnus quietly listens. He thought I needed a sort of kickstart into activating my Omega traits. That's why he sold me to Bariloche sector. I swallow a lump in the back of my throat. I was force-fed vampire alpha blood. Magnus curses, but manages not to growl, which I'm aware is an impressive feat.
That's why you are already into the first stage of your heat.
Molten anger burns through my back where I'm touching Magnus and winds its way down my chest. He's not able to contain his emotion, and I shiver in response. But now that I know my purpose, if I'm to become his bonded Omega, it's a weight I need to learn to bear. They're dead, I tell him. I had been rescued, only for there to be an incident on the plane that resulted in me being in an escape pod all by myself. There were other Omegas on that plane too. I'd befriended a couple, but their names continued to elude me. Still, I hoped they had escaped and landed far away from here. That's why I was in an escape pod, I explain. I was on a return flight from being rescued, but something went wrong on the plane. I thought that might soften his rage, but all it does is add a layer of frustration to his burning hatred for alphas who would do such a thing.
Why didn't your father just keep you in your nest and force-feed you blood then?
He asks. I frown. Well, I required a catalyst to go into my first heat, and he was in need of Omega entertainment, which a place like Bariloche sector provided. It had been a win-win situation for my father. I would be primed to be forced into an estrus, something that I now know the meaning of. I couldn't normally have a child, not without going into true estrus. And when I did, I would be capable of producing a child with whomever he approved, and he got to fuck around and feed on the side. My contract was a loan. My father sold me, but only for a limited amount of time, expecting me to return ready to bear a child with a vampire alpha of his choice, who could force my womb to open. And if I failed to submit after my training, well, I don't think he really cared if I lived or died. Magnus's grumble rumbles to life, making me whimper.
This is your first Heat.
I curl into myself, as if that's something to be ashamed of, but I know Magnus doesn't mean it that way. It is, I say quietly. We both go silent for a moment. It explains why I've been in so much pain. The first vampire I encountered might have been an asshole, but he wasn't wrong. I need an alpha to get me through this. An unaided heat, especially one of an omega my age, is dangerous. Most vampire omegas go into their first heat around 18, and I'm 25.
So, your father still lives?
Magnus asks, with little neutrality in his tone. Yes, I whisper, as I squeeze my eyes shut.
Can you handle me leaving you for a few hours?
He asks. I know why he's asking. He intends to kill my father for his cruelty, and given that he knows the location of my nest, he could absolutely pull it off. While I'm not opposed to the idea, the thought of him disappearing again makes my stomach twist. Don't leave me, I plead, as I grip his forearm and hold him to me with all my strength while I blink away burning tears. The mere thought of his absence sends fresh blades slicing me open from the inside, and I'm not sure if I can handle that sort of agony again. Please, don't leave. When I close my eyes once more, I picture his rage like a molten ball of fire, and I imagine dousing it with a waterfall, an endless one made of ice and soothing promises. You will get revenge on my behalf, if you wish it. But don't leave me. Not now. Not when I need you. My effort is rewarded by the tempering of emotions that sizzle the air. I feel like I'm swallowing a pill of fire, and it burns all the way down, but I make it settle. I order it to behave, just like Magnus does when he commands others to submit. In turn, I command his rage to submit to me. To my surprise, it does. The flame settles into a manageable flicker inside my chest, and it nestles there, content, as long as I don't push it out. Magnus releases a long sigh.
Little Diamond, I don't deserve that. I don't deserve for you to take this burden from me. It is not yours to bear.
Is it not? I ask. If you want me, then you will inherit all the wrath of the Alva nest. I have many brothers who do my father's dirty work. I didn't stand a chance as the sole Omega heir, with all the responsibility of breeding falling to me. Any Omegas my brothers choose to mate will allow them to splinter off into their own nests, creating new bloodlines that they will rule. If my father wishes to keep his legacy, then it is my womb that must be filled by an alpha who accepts abandoning his nest and becoming initiated as an alpha vampire. And I'm pleased to know Magnus would do no such thing.
Of course I want you,
he says, as he grazes his fingers over my swollen sex. My mouth parts at the faint touch that is barely a caress before he grips my thigh again, as if to restrain himself.
But you don't need to take on this burden. Not if you don't want it,
he reminds me.
We are merely magic bonded, and I apologize that it happened the way it did. But that was the only way to protect you. It is reversible. So now that I'm more stable, I can undo it if you like, but it will hurt.
He presents his wrist to my mouth, making my eyes widen as I eye the attractive veins wrapping around his muscles.
But you should eat first.
You want me to feed on you? I ask, bewildered by the offering. Blood is precious. Vampires don't share with each other, except for very intimate situations. Or to show dominance, often in a fight to the death. He takes a deep breath.
As long as one of us doesn't feed, a blood bond won't lock into place. I promise I won't feed on you, not if you don't want me to.
I find myself believing him. If he wanted to force me, he would have by now. He brings his wrist closer to my mouth.
But I think you should eat before I break the connection, because our bond is what is keeping you out of pain right now.
I realize that he's right. I'm not hurting like I was. His hands on me are doing more than soothing me with his talented fingers. His magic seeps into me, mingling with mine and unwinding the knots in my stomach. The slicing pain I had been feeling is now a dull ache, as if my body has quieted with the expectation of what's to come. Everything Magnus is doing right now is exactly right. It's what my instincts are telling me how it's supposed to be between an alpha and an omega. It makes me feel safe. But is that the illusion I already fell for once before? What happens when he loses control again and needs to massacre another pack of vampires? Can he really maintain that sort of existence? But I like being treated as a queen. I like being cherished and listened to. I like this. And if I don't want you to undo the magic bond? I ask, as I pull his wrist to my chest. My words are so quiet that I'm not sure if Magnus even heard me, despite his sensitive hearing. He massages my breast, seeming unable to resist since I put him there. The hand he has on my thigh creeps toward my core, and I widen my legs for him out of reflex.
Then I will give you what you need, my Omega,
he says, with a revived purr rumbling in his words. His fangs graze my throat, and I realize I've exposed my neck to him again. This time, an invitation that I fully mean.
But first, I'll test your limits, little one. Because if you're going to be my Omega, I need to know how far I can go.
What little restraint he had been exhibiting seems to slip, as his knot swells and throbs even harder at the base of my spine. He continues to massage my breast, as his other hand returns to the apex between my thighs. Then he slides 2 fingers into me, and I see stars. Chapter 7. Gudrun. I need to know how far I can go. With an alpha like Magnus, there are no limits, no boundaries, no restraints. My body melts against him as I accept the pleasure he offers. He rolls his thumb over my clit while he softly pumps me. This isn't a real test of my limits, but rather an exploration of my body and an introduction to what kind of alpha he intends to be. Against all odds, Magnus is the worshipping kind. He praises me as he fills me with a 3rd finger, and I clench around him.
There's a good girl,
he says, as a purr rumbles to life in his chest. I'm completely vulnerable, but I don't feel panicked this time, now that I know what is happening. I'm securely in my heat, and with every step closer I take into the bond I'm forming with Magnus, I'm approaching my estrus. I've only heard horror stories of what estrus might be like when it comes to being an alpha vampire. There are no soft introductions, only forced unions from cruel alphas who pick their omegas based on desired traits rather than compatibility. They growl until their womb opens, and then they shove their knot and their seed inside, forcing it to plant into the omega and create a child, whether she wants one or not. I had no desire to create a new life that way, nor did I wish to be introduced to my estrus for the first time by an alpha's will that forced me to submit. My ability as an empath never let me believe I was safe. I could feel the truth behind their purrs and their growls. The alphas my father had chosen for me were indeed stoic, but no one could hide their true soul from me. They held their emotions behind a wall inside their chest, but all of them were ugly inside. Their emotions eventually bled out, and it felt like spears jolting through me, if any of them were around. They thought they hid their emotions well, but I could feel the jagged edges of them, and how little they cared about anyone else. Selfishness and greed were emotions too, and those felt like choking ropes wrapping around my neck. I could hardly breathe, and the mere thought of attempting to mate with one of them sent me into panic attacks. Thus, my father had given up trying to find me a mate the natural way, and sent me to Bariloche sector for a crash course. And if it awarded him a few extra omegas on the side, he wasn't going to complain. Magnus responds to my whimper of surfacing memories, and pushes his fingers inside far enough to graze the strong-ribbed muscles of my walls. They're in a formation that will take his knot and squeeze his shaft in return, because I'm an omega built for an alpha's biology and size. The muscles can be activated by force, or apparently, by pleasure. My body responds to his touch and clenches again, this time in a rolling pattern that I know will feel amazing on his cock once he's inside me. And his knot will nestle perfectly at my entrance, stretching me in blissful agony. I never thought I would want a knot, but Magnus has control where other alphas I had met do not. I know he will find my limits, and then he'll respect them. Or, if I ask, shatter them.
Do you want more?
His timely question comes as my walls tremble with the desire to climax. Something is holding me back, but maybe it's just not yet enough. Yes, I whisper. He offers me his wrist again.
You're starving, especially after you expelled what little blood you must have had. Take what you need from me.
I stare at the throbbing veins, and my mouth practically waters. A vampire doesn't have a heartbeat, but our innate power over death reactivates that which shouldn't be alive. Perhaps it's magic, as some people say, or maybe it's just advanced biology not yet understood. Regardless, an unseen force pushes the changed blood through our bodies. That force also warms it, and Magnus's blood especially runs hot. Whatever powers a vampire is unique, special, and rarely shared. An ache rolls through my jaw as my fangs extend, already responding to the offering. A glimmer of fear sparks inside my chest, because my memory of digesting vampire alpha blood isn't a pleasant one. And I know how powerful Magnus is. What if it burns? Only one way to find out. Closing my eyes and working up the nerve, I gently place my fangs on the vein. Then I bite. It indeed burns, but the sensation is more like smooth alcohol when it's on the way down, settling with a pleasant warmth that gathers in my stomach. Hunger had been riding me hard, and part of the sharp pains had been more from the fact that I was starving for a compatible alpha's blood than my approaching estrus. Groaning, I grab onto his arm with both of my hands as I ride his fingers, seeking pleasure while I feed. His blood is delicious and very much comparable to the expensive liquor that he smells like. Power and pleasure push me past the barrier that had kept me from climaxing again, and I clench hard around his fingers as he pumps me. Blood drips down my chin as I lose myself to ecstasy. The orgasm rolls over me as I seek completion, riding his fingers as if they were his cock, while I take a strong pull of blood from his wrist. He doesn't move, aside from the attention he dotes between my thighs. He lets me feed as much as I want, until the panicked need to swallow as much blood as I can subsides. I unlatch from a bite I realize was far deeper than I had intended. His wrist has 2 large holes now, and I kiss them with an apology.
Feel better?
He asks me, as he lowers his arm so that he can wrap it around me and pull me closer to his chest. I agree, but I'm still worried about how much I just had. I feel lazy and drugged, and I already want more. Alpha blood can be addictive, I recall. I was force-fed vampire alpha blood on multiple occasions, and I hated myself for drinking it every time. It instilled a craving in me that had me going mad, which was precisely what my father had counted on. I had survived on human blood all my life, but it was vampire alpha blood that most Omegas preferred. But with vampire alpha blood came an inevitable heat, and I had no interest in finding myself desperate for a knot that would be forced on me. I had always denied any offerings, so my father put me in a situation where I couldn't say no.
Do you remember anything else?
Magnus gently asks. I want to tell him more, but my past isn't a pleasant one. This moment is the most blissful, peaceful time I've ever had in my life, and that's saying something. I don't want to ruin this, I say, trying to explain that I just want to live in the moment. I want to indulge in this new sensation that Magnus offers, and go back to forgetting everything. He presses a kiss to my exposed throat. His fangs graze my throbbing vein, making me shiver. My blood will be addictive to him too. But I know if he tastes me, he'll lose what control he's demonstrating right now. He'll knot me, which sounds amazing right now, so I stretch my neck a little further in invitation. He had said the next step of our bond would be a blood bond. That level is permanent. I'd already tasted his blood while he pleasured me. If he bit me while he knotted me, our union could never become undone. Nothing has ever appealed to me more. He teases me instead by licking my exposed throat.
Then can you at least remember your name? I would hate to fuck you before I even know that much about you.
I chuckle, as I realize I've yet to properly introduce myself. Gudrun, I tell him, with a dialect that is native to our land. It would be an odd name for someone not familiar with the area.
Gudrun,
he repeats, and I can feel him smiling against my throat as he withdraws his fingers from my pussy and caresses my legs again.
That's a beautiful name, just like you.
A blush warms my cheeks, one that makes me feel feverish again, after digesting so much of Magnus's heady blood. My mother picked it, I say, as I try to come up with one of the few pleasant memories I have.
Tell me about her,
he says, as he tugs me to his side. He retrieves more oils and a small towel. He soaks it before he starts washing me, starting with my neck, chest, and breasts. Every time he grazes one of my nipples, my toes curl. I wait until he moves to wash my fingertips before I respond. She's the perfect Omega. Submissive, calm.
Is she as beautiful as you are?
He asks. I smile. Her beauty would be more obvious if she didn't hide behind her bright blonde hair. My father is the one who has darker locks, so I became a mixture of them. My mother's golden tones seem to annoy my father, just like the sun would. She's beautiful, yes.
How did she pick your name?
He asks. I recall when she proudly told me how she had chosen the name. She said she named me Gudrun because it means God's rune. I chuckle as Magnus kisses my fingertips. Like a secret, I guess. I think she knew I was an empath before I was even born. She considered me something special. She'd survived pregnancy because I'd given her a gut feeling of warning before enemies arrived. That time had been one of heavy attacks from rival nests. After I was born, though, my mother didn't have many other stories of how great my power was. My father and my brothers beat out any idea that I was anything other than difficult. And my mother couldn't spin it any differently to at least spare me until I was older. I always knew exactly how they felt about me.
Is she still with your father?
Magnus asks. He keeps his touch reverent and his tone quiet, but a pluck inside my chest warns me that anger is stirring in him again. As safe as I know I am with Magnus, my curse as an empath internalizes his rage. What steps I had taken toward a true estress are undone, as my stomach painfully tightens. I frown as I adjust to the sensation. Then I remember another reason my father had sent me to Bariloche sector. It was because no vampire alpha could even force me into heat, much less estrus. Many had tried, but it had always ended the same way. My powers detected their true nature, and it closed my womb, refusing to allow me to procreate in a situation where I wasn't safe. Other omegas might be built in a way that alphas could capitalize on their instincts. Their minds might know they're being forced into estrus, but their bodies can be fooled. Mine doesn't work that way. So my father sent me to Bariloche sector to fix me. I was doused with alpha blood and primed to accept my fate. Had I remained, it might have worked. And my mother had hidden behind her hair, refusing to look at me when I had been taken away. She hadn't said a word or done anything other than be a good omega and obey her alpha. But I had felt her heart break when I cried for her as they dragged me away. Yes, my mother is still with him, I say honestly, while Magnus massages each of my fingers with surprisingly gentle care. Tears burn at the edges of my eyes. I let them roll down my cheeks for the first time in this kind of situation. I don't have to hide who I am with Magnus, or what I'm feeling. When I match his gaze, I see what he wants to do. He wants to kill my father again. Please, I whisper. Don't leave me. No matter what pain I feel now, the pain of his absence while I'm slowly suffocating in a cycle of heat with no estrus on the other side is too much. He smiles, dismissing any fears I might have had that he would do that thing where he disappeared in a cloud of bloody mist again.
I'm not going anywhere, Gudrun.
He turns my hand and presses a delicate kiss on the inside of my wrist, eliciting a shiver from me.
Let's move to the shower.
I raise an eyebrow, but allow him to tug me from the bath and guide me over the side. He touches a stone that seems to bring the shower to life. Hot water steams the room as he grins at me.
I have a dragon friend I trade with sometimes.
Dragon? I wonder. I had never heard of one, but if they hid as well as vampires did, they were likely deadly and smart. It shouldn't surprise me that Magnus would have lethal friends in high places. I expect him to settle me under the stream, but he sets me on a warmed bench instead. Then he kneels, making me suck in a breath when he parts my knees. What are you doing? I ask, as my sex throbs from the way he's looking at me, like he wants to devour me. His fangs retract before he licks his lips.
Your estrus will only come if you feel safe and taken care of.
He grins, giving me a glimpse of his canines that still have a slight point to them.
And taking care of you is exactly what I'm going to do. Now be a good little omega and spread those legs a bit wider so I can fuck you with my tongue.
Chapter 8 Magnus. Sliding my tongue into the warm folds of my omega's sweet pussy makes my cock throb and my knot swell painfully. I want to sink my dick into her until I can push my knot inside, then take her in the way an alpha is supposed to mate his omega, all while delving my fangs into her porcelain neck locking her to me as I complete the blood bond she'd begun. But I'd sensed the moment her estrus had retreated. After years of attempting to manage my emotions, I recognize when my anger rises like the tide of an ocean. It is just as powerful and impossible to stop, but Gudrun had drawn it into herself on instinct, taking my anger from me the moment it manifested. Just like my power has a cost, so does hers. I watched as her skin had paled and her eyes had darkened. She'd fed on me a substantial amount, but she needed blood to fuel her gift. And when she didn't feed, it drew on her own reserves. You're stronger than you could ever know, I think at her as I sink my tongue deep into her entrance. She rewards me with a moan as she willingly spreads her legs like I had commanded. My commands don't actually work on her. I know that because she has disobeyed me on a few occasions now. It had been subtle things, such as not answering my question right away, and instead challenging me with one of her own, as well as waking before I had given her permission to do so. I told her to sleep, and she had, but now I don't think that's because I had told her to. She'd simply been overwhelmed, and she woke up before I returned from my little discussion with Ja'ar, a vampire I will be seeing again now that I had fed on so many unmarked vampires. He'll be coming with friends this time. But not every alpha vampire can teleport. Alpha Fair can shadow, whereas I blood mist where I need to go. It is a rare ability to be able to manifest in an entirely new location. By the time Ja'ar returns to Alpha Fair and updates him on the situation, builds his chosen pack to retaliate, and waits for sundown, I'll have at least tonight and a day. By then, you will be mine, I vow. It's a strange thrill to know that I could command it with Gudrun, but it won't necessarily make it true. I like challenges. They don't happen very often. Retracting my fangs when I want to feed is also a challenge, but I keep them embedded as I close my mouth around my Omega's pussy and suck. My tongue is still inside her, and I can feel her ribbed interior walls squeezing on a wave. I want to feel that on my cock. I want to feel her come so hard that she locks me in place and forces my knot to stretch her for me. That's how it's supposed to work between alphas and omegas. My nest understands the true pleasure awarded by a mutual bond. When an alpha is worthy of his omega, she will reward him with pure bliss. Her blood will taste sweeter, and her pussy will become heaven. She pants as I find a rhythm and suck, not giving her a moment of reprieve as I work to draw out her orgasm. She bucks against me, but I pin her hips down and force her to endure. I told her I would test her limits. I watch for any sign of discomfort or hesitation, but her legs tremble as she holds them wide for me, inviting me to torment her as much as I like. Come for me, sweetling, I think, as I draw my tongue up her pussy and swirl it around her swollen clit. Magnus, she pants, and fuck, my cock goes painfully rigid when I hear her say my name. You're being so good for me, I tell her between licks. Come on my tongue, little diamond. I want to taste your cherry slick. I enjoy the blush that warms her cheeks. My magic is inside of her, as is my blood, and I can't wait to pump her full of my essence. The seed won't take, though, unless she has fallen into estrus. I want more than to just fuck her. I want to breed her. She will carry my heir and begin a new bloodline built on respect and devotion that starts with us. But that will come in time when she's ready. I will fuck her tonight, but it might take a few days for her estrus to slide into place. Normally, I would be patient, but I fear an unclaimed vampire omega solidly in her heat will be too delicate to move. Blood misting her might have an adverse effect in her current state. And where could I possibly take her? The only way my nest would accept an alva vampire is if she was already mated to me. I am only tolerated as it is, but they would accept any omega who is strong enough to lift my exile. You can do this, I silently tell her as I suck on her clit and slide 2 fingers into her channel. She squeezes me in response and bucks her hips. I use my other hand to keep her in place while I swirl my tongue and keep my mouth closed around her. She pants before the climax comes. I watch every single movement and memorize her beauty as her chest rises, making her breasts swell in my view as her nipples harden. That is my cue. I touch the magically enhanced stone again, and the water from the shower redirects. I don't need words to tell it where to go. The stone itself can read my desires, warming the temperature of the water, and even sending it where I want it to go. I remind myself to give my dragon friend an extra treasure from my nest as a reward, because the sight before me is incredible. Warm water jets onto her nipples, swirling around them as more water runs down her back entrance. She screams when her pleasure bursts through her, and I hold her in place, drawing out her orgasm as her body pulsates in time with my command. Not because I had ordered her to come, but because I had earned it. The water splashes onto the shower floor when I am satisfied I have squeezed every spasm out of her. Such a good girl. I praise her as I kiss her clit, making her buck. Are you ready for more?
Chapter 9. Gudrun. More. I think numbly as I struggle to function. My thighs tremble as Magnus backs away. He has a smug grin on his face that matches the pride I feel swelling in his chest. He enjoyed overwhelming my body until I exploded. I don't think I can handle more, I admit, as I shakily close my legs. Attempting to stand right now is entirely out of the question. So I blink at him in shock as I try to process the mind-blowing orgasm he just gave me. What shocks me even more is the fact that my body does want more. Whatever he just did is convincing my Omega nature that Magnus might be a worthy alpha. A few more orgasms like that, and I will probably be the first empath to ever fall into estrus. I dismiss the hopeful thought the moment it crosses my mind. Magnus doesn't seem to be in a rush to knot me, so maybe he's just toying with me. Testing my limits, I remind myself. He wants to see what I'm capable of. Shouldn't that go both ways? I want to taste you now, I tell him. His grin widens as he gives his cock a thoughtful stroke.
I don't think this will fit in that cute little mouth, Omega.
Is that a challenge? I ask, a little bit of fire returning to my chest. He chuckles as he steps out of the shower and grabs an oversized towel. He brings it to me and then starts drying me off. It's a sweet gesture, especially given the fact that he could just command me to dry myself, couldn't he? Instead, he seems to enjoy petting every inch of my body, slowly drying me with the softest towel I've ever experienced. Stop distracting me, I chide him, as I try not to melt into the tender care that is a role he so easily falls into.
We're moving to the bed,
he informs me.
So unless you want wet sheets when I fuck you, I propose I dry you off.
I pinch my cheeks at his blatant honesty. Aren't the sheets a mess? He shrugs.
I'll replace them.
Technically, he could just order someone here to be his maid. Must be nice. This alpha doesn't even have to do laundry if he doesn't want to. And yet, I wait as he dutifully dries each of my fingers, knowing that he intends to do everything himself. He enjoys taking care of me. But I want to show him that I'm not like other Omegas. He needs to understand that if he chooses to bond me, there most likely won't be a child in our future. It's not that I don't want one. I had dreamed of the kind of bloodline I would cultivate in a new nest. In my fantasy, I was no longer an Alpha Omega. I would become someone new. But, with a father like mine, there was no way that would ever happen. It was a fantasy, at least until now. What isn't a fantasy, though, is the fact that my magic will prevent an estrus. I can already feel my guards falling back into place as Magnus's emotions sway. He's enjoying himself, so his anger is quiet. But he is still thinking about the things I told him. He still wants to kill my father. He has every right to feel that way. I even give him my blessing to go on a blood rage when it comes to my nest, as long as my mother is safe. But it's that sort of dark emotion that has my estrus hiding. Because such power is dangerous. I have seen what Magnus is capable of with my own 2 eyes. When Magnus is finally satisfied that I'm dry, he wraps me in the puffy towel and carries me back to the bedroom. As promised, he collects fresh sheets from the closet and offers me a set of choices.
Which do you prefer?
He asks. I blink at him, finding the question odd. Then I glance down and am immediately drawn to the darker shades of blue. That one, I say. He politely puts the others away, then holds my choice of sheets out again.
Would it bother you if I made the bed?
Another odd question, but I shake my head. I don't mind. I watch as he discards the dirtied sheets and stretches on the new ones. He takes his time, making sure all the corners are crisp, but when he's done, I stare at the bed, unable to put my finger on what isn't right.
What do you need, Omega?
He asks. He keeps his tone soft, which I appreciate in my sensitive state. I feel as if my entire body is a match ready to be lit. One wrong move, and I'll be on fire. Glancing at his walk-in closet, I let my instincts guide me. Magnus is a tidy sort of alpha, but I find a section of shirts that he's worn enough times for them to still smell like him. Plucking each one off the hanger, I gather them up until my arms are stuffed with shirts. I take them to the bed and toss them onto it. Still not right, I murmur as my brow furrows. I climb onto the bed and start arranging the shirts. Magnus doesn't question me and quietly waits while I work. I'm not sure how long it takes me, but I've arranged the garments in a soft semicircle that feels more suitable. Still something missing. I say more to myself than to Magnus, then deepen my frown as I notice him smiling at me. What?
You're nesting,
He says, sounding pleased.
That's a good sign. Only vampire omegas close to estrus prepare a nest for fucking.
I bite the inside of my cheek as I realize he's right. But just because I'm close to estrus doesn't mean it'll happen. After everything I've been through, all the vampire alpha blood shoved down my throat, followed by numerous vampire alphas growling at me at the crash site, my proximity to estrus has been more or less forced. Magnus is trying to help me the rest of the way, but I know it can't happen. There's something I have to tell you, I make myself say. It's wrong to lead him on. As much as I need his knot, as much as it'll hurt when he leaves, I can't survive the disappointment of his rejection if I lure him into a blood bond we can't undo. It's wrong. Just like it's wrong for vampire alphas to trick an Omega's body into estrus. It's also wrong for me to ensnare Magnus, just because he's the first alpha who has taken care of me. A blood bond now would be enslaving him, because I'm being selfish. Because he meets my needs, and I would be giving no care to his own. I refuse to live up to my alpha name. I might be an alpha heir, but it doesn't mean I have to behave like my nest.
What is it?
He asks as he strokes his cock. I realize now that he's much bigger than I thought. His hands are large too, so the proportion had thrown me off. But I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, and he's standing right in front of me, teasing me with the pre-cum dripping from the head of his cock that might actually not fit in my mouth. I swallow the lump in my throat and force myself to look up at him. I can't give you a child, Magnus. An empath can't go into estrus. He paints my lips with his cock, stunning me with the delicious taste of him. If his blood was like expensive liquor, his cum is like smoked marble whiskey dipped in sugar. My tongue flicks out to lap up every stray drop, not wasting any of it. My instincts scream at me to take all of him inside me. His blood, his cum. He belongs to me, and I am a vessel born to hold all of his wrath and his pleasure. But I'm an empty vessel. I will never swell with child.
We'll see about that,
He says confidently, as he teases his cock into my mouth.
Do you still want to taste me, little Omega? I don't think you realized how large an alpha is.
Glaring up at him defiantly, I open my jaw and stretch my lips around the head of his cock. It takes some effort, but I manage to swallow him. He grunts when I take both hands and stroke his cock, working to taste more of his delicious cum. I take his cock as deeply as I can until he closes off my airway, and even then, I press in further. I'm a vampire. I don't technically need to breathe. My lungs burn as I inch his massive cock down my throat, extending my tongue so that I can fit more of him inside me. My eyes water as I grip his cock, determined to show him that I'm different. I'm not what he wants me to be.
Gudrun,
He says, pronouncing my name just like a Greenland vampire would, coaxing me with a soft tug of my hair.
You're hurting yourself.
His sadness washes over me, proving my point that I can never reach Estrus. If my alpha is sad, that means he's worried. And if he's worried, that means he's not strong enough to protect me. I know that isn't true when it comes to Magnus, but emotions are black and white to my blood type. Any possibility of an Estrus takes another few steps back, solidifying the fact in my chest with painful clarity. I can't give him what he needs. He slides his cock out of my mouth, and I sputter, drawing in ragged breaths that my lungs demand. Even if I don't need to breathe, it's very uncomfortable not to.
Come here,
he says, as he mindfully picks his way through my nest. He doesn't disturb a single garment that I placed, as he reclines on one of the pillows I had also carefully arranged. My cheeks burn, as I wonder if he didn't get the message. I'm not what you need, Magnus. You can't fuck me. Because fucking would lead to knotting, and knotting would lead to biting. And then he would fall into a rut, and I would be on a painful edge of an estrus that would never come. He would drink my blood and complete a bond, tying us together while I tried to reach a peak of satisfaction that I could never find. My omega instincts want to breed, but I'll never be able to. And that knowledge sticks in my chest as the most painful dagger of all.
I'm not fucking you tonight,
he says, making my eyebrows shoot up. What? He waves me onward.
Come here, Gudrun. I'm not used to asking twice. We're going to sleep instead.
Sleep, I dumbly repeat. You're serious? He sighs and curls his hands behind his head. His erection is long enough to touch his belly button as he shifts onto his back.
Very.
I stare at him for a long time, before I finally decide I have no choice but to join the vampire alpha in his bed. Because that is where I had built my nest. Every instinct inside of me says it's right to rest here, to lie with my alpha, whether we are fucking or not. Nestling into his side, I rest my head on one of his biceps. He lowers his arm and tucks me against his chest before he kisses the top of my head.
Good day, my diamond.
There aren't any windows in Magnus's bedroom, but I can feel the heat of the sun, just like any vampire would be able to. Sunrise is on its way, and that's when vampires prefer to rest. I marvel as I stare up at his perfect face. It's not long before his chest slows to a rhythm of rising and falling, making it evident that he's fast asleep. An alpha doesn't sleep with anyone he doesn't fully trust. It makes a vampire vulnerable, and some choose not to sleep at all. You want me to see that you believe in us, I surmise. Unsure about Magnus's insistence in our bond, I nestle closer to him and force my eyes to close. Sleep will quiet my stirred emotions. After the powerful orgasm Magnus gave me, I still hum with pleasure, even though my body wants more. Perhaps if Magnus was really okay with my limitations, I could allow him to knot me. But I can sense his assurance even now while he sleeps, the emotion betraying the fact that he didn't believe me when I said I couldn't go into Estrus. Cocky alpha, I think, as a smirk lifts my lips. He might not be right, but what kind of omega would I be if I didn't allow him to try?
Chapter 10. Magnus. I commanded my body not to wake unless either Gudrun had fully relaxed or she was in danger. When my eyes flash open, I listen to decide which had woken me. It is nightfall, based on the wildlife I hear outside, which means Ja'ar will be returning any moment now. But it isn't a pack of vampire alphas who roused me. It's the supple Omega at my side. She has one leg hooked over me, with her wet pussy pressed against my hip. Her arm splays over my chest while she softly breathes. Each breath is deep, indicative of the kind of sleep a vampire rarely goes into. Oh, little diamond. My heart melts as I realize what she's done. She's gone into torpor. Torpor, a state of complete and utter rest where a vampire can heal, is an ability that most vampires are capable of, but rarely experience based on the requirements and the vulnerability it creates. My poor Omega has likely never experienced torpor a moment in her life. I should have known it might happen if she finally relaxed when she felt safe, but I didn't dare hope she might feel safe enough with me to fall into the healing sleep of torpor. She has wounds no one can see. She has absorbed a dark array of emotions from vampires who didn't care about her, leaving deep scars. There were wounds within her that she innately knew would never allow her to enter into a true estrus, unless she found a way to heal from them, such as a state of torpor. But that required a protector she trusted enough to put herself in such a deep sleep. I wasn't sure if she even knew she could do that. Not many vampires choose to go into torpor. It's a vulnerable state, and one that is difficult, if not impossible, to fall into. There are two ways to go into torpor: near death, or complete and utter trust in a protector and the safety of the surrounding environment. The impact of making a nest, arranging it to her preference, and then nestling inside of it with her magic-bonded alpha had been enough to let her go into a state of torpor. I brush aside a strand of her hair and watch her sleep. Precious diamond, I marvel. I'm not worthy of you, but I want to be. And when my sensitive hearing picks up Ja'ar's familiar rushing gait through the forest, I know I'll have my chance to prove myself very soon. And based on the accompanying footsteps, he's not alone. There's a rattling that accompanies each vampire, meaning they've brought gear too. I brace myself for a fight. Sleep well, my diamond, I tell her as I brush a kiss across her scrunched brow. I'll be right back. It takes a few attempts, but I manage to ease off the bed without disturbing my Omega's carefully orchestrated design of her nest. I don't want to do anything that might disturb her sleep. Hopefully, the bloodshed that's about to happen doesn't bother her too much. After setting the metal door closed and hearing every bolt lock into place, I make my way through the hall and rooms of my lair, only to find Ja'ar outside with a pack spread out behind him. He's wearing a loose-fitting shirt and jeans, but I'm not fooled by the casual appearance. Ja'ar is deadly. He has a canister on his back, and his finger is on the trigger of a flamethrower. He shoots it into the air, hurting my eyes with the burst of flame. He's threatened me with it before. Vampires don't like fire. It's one of the few things that can really hurt us. Ja'ar isn't afraid of fire. His skin has a stronger resistance to it than most. He can still burn, but not as easily as the rest of us. He could set my entire lair on fire if he wanted to, and probably walk out of it with a smile on his charred face. The crazy asshole. "I hear you have a little Omega holed up in your lair, Magnus," he says as he grins. His gaze sweeps over me, then comes back to my eyes, which I know betray my hunger with how dark they are. "And more so, you aren't even feeding on her. Well, if you won't bite her, then we certainly will." He waves his hands to the vampires still as statues behind him. Their black eyes glow with hunger, likely even darker than mine, given that I can at least feed on vampire alpha blood on occasion, unlike them. "Care to let us play with her so this doesn't get messy?" A growl rumbles in my chest, and I don't make any effort to swallow it down. Torpor means my Omega won't wake until I personally wake her as her alpha. And the only way I can do that is with my knot. I'm certainly not going to be knotting her with these dick faces around. "She's mine," I tell him, hoping he'll listen to reason. Just because I could command all these vampires to fuck themselves doesn't mean I should. Plus, my power has limitations. I can't command all of them at once. I would have to get in their faces and order them one at a time, which would involve fighting. Then the cost would hit me hard, and I need to be lucid for my Omega right now. After killing multiple vampire alphas with my bare hands, I'm doubly exhausted. I don't usually need sleep, but I had slept in my Omega's nest also because she had made me feel comfortable to do so. It rejuvenated me enough to deal with this encounter. But I didn't feed on her. That would have rejuvenated me so much more. My stomach twists, wanting to give up the alpha blood I had imbibed to make room for the sweeter Omega blood that will actually sustain me. He must misunderstand what I mean, because Ja'ar holds out a bag of blood and pops it open. It smells like tart grapefruit to my senses. "I brought a peace offering. I don't expect you to starve, but you are going to have to share." Snarling, I bark a command. "Burn it!" My stomach dips as the cost of ordering a vampire alpha boils a portion of my blood. That's partially why I require feeding on any blood I can find after I use my power to blood mist or to command. It eats up my blood in response, making me feel empty. The more resistant a vampire alpha is to my command, the higher the cost. Luckily, Ja'ar likes burning things, so it's not such a stretch for him. He doesn't even bother to throw the bag on the ground. Ja'ar's flamethrower lights with fire at the same time the bag in his hand ignites. The vampires behind him back up and hiss. It's insane. An entire bag of vampire Omega blood is very precious, but I have no need of Alpha Fair's stash of Omega blood, or anyone else's. I have a mate now. Even if I haven't tasted her blood yet, I plan on it very soon. "That was unwise," Ja'ar tells me as he flicks the ash from his fingers. His fingertips are red, but not burned. "Take her," he commands the vampires behind him. One of the vampire alphas sends a burst of smoke from a flashbang cracking through the forest, raising the fog to diminish my sight. I don't need to see, though. There's only one entrance to my lair, and I'm standing right in front of it. It takes me a few tries to learn the tricks of the vampires that Ja'ar brought with him, but he made tactical choices. One of them provides smoke coverage, while another activates sound-canceling speakers, making a deathly silence overtake the grounds. I can't hear the footsteps of the third vampire, who slams into me, his power obviously one of brute strength. I barrel backward into my door, splintering it and making an opening for the rest of the pack to come through. The front door to my lair is made of wood, mostly because I'm used to replacing it whenever Ja'ar comes to visit. Luckily, he can't burn through metal when it comes to the room where my Omega is waiting. Rage surges through my system as I bark another command. "Stop!" I order the burly vampire, but my voice catches in the still air. Shit. My words don't work in the sound-dampening effect through the area. I know it can't last long. They would have had to bring a portable energy source with them to power it, but it'll last long enough for Ja'ar to gain the upper ground. I rush through my lair back toward Gudrun. The one with brute strength stands in my way, while Ja'ar disappears behind another splintered door. My ears ring with the impact of the sound-dampening speaker still going strong. The final door to my bedroom is locked and heavy enough that it'll take a few vampires to get in. Or one with a strength power. Luckily, I seem to have him occupied. The cotton feel in my ears tells me that the silence effect is still ongoing, so I don't try to command him to smash his own head in. Instead, I go for his knees. He opens his mouth as if to roar, but I can't hear whatever sound he's making. It helps me focus as blood gushes over my claws. I rake through his muscles, going for the foundation keeping the vampire alpha upright, and I'm satisfied when he crumples. He heads down with his fists, smashing into the ground and sending debris flying. With him in a vulnerable position, I slash clean through his throat and watch as his head rolls across the ground. Now to find the one with the silencer speakers. I won't be any match for Ja'ar if my command doesn't work on him. He'll just burn me to a crisp and have his way with my Omega. The very thought of that fuels me with rage, funneling my energy to find the vampire who had quieted the area. He has to be nearby. I doubt the range on those speakers can be too large. When I step toward my destroyed front door that has been splintered in, I can pick up sounds again. You're inside, I surmise as I turn toward the kitchen. There are few places to hide in my lair, and that is by design. I skip the open pantry and head toward the sink, because there are large cabinets underneath where a vampire might choose to hide. I don't bother ripping them open. Instead, I snatch up one of the large knives from my collection and shove it straight through. "Didn't hear me coming, huh?" I ask, noting that the silencing effect dropped because he must have been wearing the speaker, and I had cut clean through it. A pained gurgle sounds in response to the twist of my blade. When I pull out the knife and open the door, a skewered vampire with the remains of mechanical parts tumbles through. The speaker had taken the brunt of the blow, though, and he lunges for me, but my voice works now. I know I should just deal with him and move on, but my blood rage burns in my chest and demands that this vampire suffer. I'll make your death slow and painful, but you can do it yourself, asshole. I have an Omega to get to. Cut off your own head, I order him as I throw the blade on the ground. He stares at it in horror, then starts to shake when he takes up the knife. I walk away and let him take care of the rest. He won't likely succeed in completely beheading himself, but he deserves all the agony he's going to experience as he tries. And if he comes after me, I'll finish the job. His screams follow me as I rush back toward the bedroom and find Ja'ar glowering at a vampire alpha who is setting charges on the door. Are you trying to blow up my Omega? I ask, irritated as I lean against the doorway. The urgency has passed now that I've taken care of the silence problem. She landed on this island, Ja'ar says, as if that explains everything. She's not yours. I expect a shockwave when the charges detonate, but instead they sizzle. Acid, I realize as the activated vials leak through the door, eating it up in a way that suggests Ja'ar has been preparing for this attack for a very long time. There's a rare plant that I know to stay away from on the island that exhibits such acidic properties, and would be a chore to harvest, but it makes for good trading material with the dragons and other species who are brave enough to venture onto the island. I also note that the technology I've seen so far isn't usually this advanced, but I've been a thorn in his side for a while. Ja'ar has been planning this for a long time. He took his time choosing his pack, that's for sure. What toy does the last vampire have? Not knowing that is what has prevented me from telling Ja'ar to burn his own face off. I had learned by now not to underestimate the vampire alpha. The door creaks open, and smoke from the exploded acid charges drifts into the air, giving the sleeping Omega in her nest an ethereal appearance. All the vampire alphas go still when they take in her beauty. A growl rumbles in my chest, because now other alphas are encroaching on sacred ground. She is mine, I insist with a snarl that would make most vampires fall to their knees. And anyone who touches her will be commanded to rip out their own entrails and eat them. Silence muddles my ears again, making me snarl. I figure out what tricks the last vampire has a little too late. There's a backup speaker strapped to his chest, and he's hooked himself to the original vampire's power source. He's holding the wrist that still grips a blade while he plucks a bag of Omega blood from his pouch and shoves it into the original vampire's mouth. I see now he has tons of bags strapped around his waist. He's the support backup, ready with blood to quicken healing and activate the second speaker. Ja'ar certainly has outdone himself. But now that I know the playing field, I can act. Ja'ar pulls the trigger, sending a stream of fire at me, but I'm ready for him. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? I think with a feral grin as I attempt to take out his knees. He's aware of my trademark move, so he dips out of the way where I can only nick his calves. But we're in the confines of my lair now. I know this place better than any of them. Heat blooms through the building, and I know it's caught on fire from Ja'ar's attack, but that's okay. I won't be staying here much longer. I spin on the vampire with burst bags of Omega blood all over him. It also is likely intended to serve as a distraction, but I'm only interested in one particular Omega now. I grab a sword on his holster and spear it straight through his neck, slicing into both him and the blood bag vampire. Heal this asshole, I think, as I behead both of them at the same time. When my back warms in warning, I duck just in time for another tunnel of fire to careen over where I'd been standing. I spin and throw a fist at Ja'ar's face, only to grunt when he holds up a fist now wearing a guard. Kill yourself, I order Ja'ar, but he only grins at me and points to the earplugs sticking out of his ears. Damn, where did he get those? Probably found them at the hotel left on the island. He really did come prepared. My fangs ache when I find the vampire who set the final charges near my Omega's nest. My vision turns red. I predictably lunge for him, which puts me in range of Ja'ar's fireball attacks. He sends another one straight at me, and I can't get out of the way. Pain sears up my left side as my skin burns and sizzles at the impact. I don't stop, though. If Ja'ar thought a little burning alive would stop me from saving my Omega, he doesn't know me very well. Pounding my feet into the ground, I launch myself and wrap my arms around the acid-wielding vampire and send him crashing to the ground. I roar as pain sears up my back, a second fireball no doubt burning me down to the bone. Come on, Magnus. You're making this too easy. Don't tell me you're compatible with this one. Fuck! Why didn't you just say so? Ja'ar taunts, though I know he doesn't give two shits if I had finally found a compatible Omega. It would just give him more motivation to knot her right in front of my face. Ja'ar didn't like it that I got special treatment. Alpha Fair ran this island and didn't share power, but I wasn't looking for power. I only wished to be left alone, and I needed a supply of blood and violence, in whatever form that took. There was no shortage of that on Outcast Island. But vampires like Ja'ar need something to survive, just like I do. Unlike me, they need an excuse to engorge their pride and their cocks. They will never amount to anything or achieve any great goals, so they live off the blood and the backs of those beneath them. It's time that you join those assholes you hate so much in the ground. I work my jaw around a mesh armor shirt, keeping me from impaling the vampire alpha I have pinned on the ground. I couldn't previously see the armor he was wearing, but now I know why he had chosen not to go shirtless like vampire alphas tend to do. He grunts as he hunches his shoulders to keep the armor over his vital areas. But he's just buying time. He thinks that multiple fireballs from Ja'ar's attacks will be enough to push me off. He's wrong. Pain scorches down my legs, and I'm concerned I might not have enough unburned muscle left, but I'm able to keep my jaw working. I find a divot in the armor when he scrunches his shoulders again. You're mine now. Pressing down, the male beneath me groans as I work my way through, itching my way deeper until blood grazes my tongue. He snarls and then screams, and I am rewarded with a burst of healing strength as I fully clamp down on his neck and drink his blood. It takes longer than I'd like for me to drain him enough to kill him. A vampire needs his blood to survive. Some can live without blood, but only if they have a special blood type that can leave reserves within the body dormant until awakened. This vampire might be an alpha, but thankfully, he isn't royal. While he's strong, he's no stronger than the others I've taken down recently. Sheer numbers aren't enough to slow me down. I stagger to my feet as blood drips down my chest. I have burns all over me, and cool air brushes the insides of my back, concerning me that I've lost more mass than I would like. It'll be a pain to heal, but a few more vampire alphas drained dry might help. You know what, Ja'ar? I say as I slowly saunter toward him. Not all my muscles are intact, setting my gait into an awkward limp. But, based on the flicker of fear in Ja'ar's expression, it only makes me more terrifying. I don't think I need a liaison with Alpha Fair anymore, I say with a grin, glad that I finally get to indulge in this fantasy. Which means I don't need you. He pales as he backs against a wall while I approach. He holds up both hands in surrender, as if he could possibly save himself now. Look, it was just a misunderstanding, okay? Alpha Fair said the Omega was fair game. Well, you won the game, yeah? She's all yours. I slowly wrap my fingers around his neck, and I ignore the flames that crawl up his skin when he tries to burn me again. I can't even feel the fire anymore. He threatened my Omega. Alpha Fair just did what assholes like him do best. He gave his underlings a carrot to chase. He will get his due in time. I won't have to kill him. Someone else eventually will do that job for me. There is no doubt in my mind about that. But a vampire like Ja'ar, he's like a cockroach. I have to make sure he doesn't weasel out of this one alive. I lean into his ear, pull out the earplug, and whisper a command that had been coming to a vampire like Ja'ar for a very long time. Burn yourself until you die. Chapter 11. Magnus. I have always been curious as to whether that command would work on Ja'ar. Not only is he a powerful alpha, but his skin has always demonstrated fireproof qualities. There would be easier ways to kill him, but it felt right to show him that even his strengths aren't enough when he's up against a vampire like me. Ordering him to burn himself until he dies has an interesting effect. He ignites with flames, going up with the rest of my lair in a spectacular blaze of light. He snarls at me, yet he can't do anything but obey the command. I had just drained a vampire alpha dry. I have enough blood to force him to do what I want. It sends him to his knees as his healing instinct expends all of his reserves. His skin tries to harden to protect himself from the fire, but it starts to blister with holes. His trigger finger is stuck on the torch as he keeps it aimed at himself. When that finally falters, the wall behind him burns, so he leans into it, forced by my command. The effort to heal uses up all the blood in his system, most of it likely unwilling Omega blood that he doesn't deserve. I wait until I watch him exsanguinate before my eyes. He practically melts until there are only bones left, and finally, his fire-resistant blood marker can't protect his form from the flames anymore. Even his bones burn until they turn to ash. It's time to go, my diamond, I murmur as I return to the nest. It is a surreal sight. The bed is the only part of the lair that remains untouched, with my little diamond deep in peaceful torpor on top of it. Nothing had disturbed her. Her face still holds complete and utter trust that I will protect her, as her golden hair flickers with the light of the flames all around us. Your trust will not be misplaced, I vow, as I carefully pick my way through the nest. Soft embers are falling now, so I lay my hands over her as I wrap her as much as I can. I've never blood-misted this kind of distance while injured, but for my Omega, I will try. Imbibing vampire alpha blood helps, so I draw energy from the sour notes in my stomach to fuel the ability to blood mist. I collect my Omega and myself into my focus, imagining cocooning us in a bubble of protection that'll take us far away from here. Then I take us to the one place I never thought I would return. Welcome home, I think, as the familiar lilac scent of my childhood home rushes all around me. The bedsheets beneath us are fresh, pinching my chest because it means my family kept up my bedroom, even though there was no way I was ever going to return. And yet, here I am. I take a moment to listen and see if we are alone. There are no sounds that I can detect, but that just ensures the soundproofing of my room is working. That was necessary when the blood rage began to manifest at an early age. I could scream for hours and slam myself into the walls in a fit of fury that never seemed to go away. The long gouges are still streaked across the ornate decor. I suppose it made sense to my family to leave the marks and remind themselves what happens when vampires breed outside of proven lines. Like my brother, I am a product of an experimental union with outside bloodlines. Unlike my brother, I don't know what bloodline I come from, other than it is now extinct, given that my mother died giving birth to me. One more Omega to add to my conscience. Now, though, I have a precious Omega to protect, to adore, to cherish. We're home, Gudrun, I say fondly, as I lean into my Omega's neck and indulge in her cherry scent. The only time this room should be disturbed is for cleaning, and based on the fresh scent, it has been recently maintained, which means that we should remain undisturbed for as long as we need. I'm going to wake you, I murmur into my Omega's neck. So I hope you're ready for me. She would not have gone into torpor had she not fully trusted me. And she can't even wake again unless I knot her, unless I bite her and complete our bond so that she can feel safe to come back to me again. It's time, I think, as I sink my teeth into her delectable flesh. I groan as her cherry blood fills my mouth and sends electricity jolting through my entire body, zinging fried nerve endings to life as my burned flesh rushes to heal. A pulse beats through my Omega's body, thrumming faster as she begins the process to awaken. And I can't fucking wait for the moment she opens her eyes, because I want to see her expression when my knot is stretching her open. And if she commands me, I will fill her with my seed and impregnate her. Or if she commands me to stop, I will rip out my own heart and let it bleed, because that's the only way I'll be able to end it.
Chapter 12. Gudrun. I think, indulging in that fragrant wood smoke and liquor scent again. Magnus is with me. I recognize his magic drumming through me, as well as his blood. Feeding on him had nourished me in a way I'd never experienced before. I mostly fed on humans and, when I was of age, the occasional dose of vampire alpha blood. It only barely kept me alive. The need for vampire alpha blood became a requirement at the age of 18 to survive. And surviving was all I could manage when my stomach churned with sour blood I could hardly keep down. But now this is living. The emotions that typically soaked into me and controlled me now don't have the same weight to them. My ability seems to change as I allow Magnus's blood to merge with mine. Blood bonded. Many other creatures of this world aren't as emotion-based in their gifts as a vampire Omega can be, especially one like me. Enhanced empathy is a rare ability, and for good reason. Omegas like me don't survive for long. But Magnus had called me strong, not weak. I'm starting to believe him. With a proper alpha on my side, the missing piece slides into place and lends me his control. It's what I had been going without all this time, forced to deal with everyone's emotions rampaging without direction or guidance, leaving no room for my own to thrive. Now, Magnus is waking me from a deep sleep, delicately biting my neck in a blood bond that permanently links us together. It's what I asked for, so I had already given consent for that. My body won't cooperate with me, so I can tell him I'm ready. But he seems to know. The ache in my stomach roars to life when he begins to purr. You're safe, that sound says. And for the first time in my life, I know that I am. At least, for now. There is a nagging fear in the back of my alpha's mind. He worried about discovery, as well as details involving other vampires. Maybe my nest? There is the matter of my father, and it is clear to me that I can't go into Westeros until that threat is dealt with. I have no doubt that Magnus can kill my father, but I worry about my brothers overwhelming him when he tries.
Stay with me,
Magnus's praising touch seems to say. He bites harder, making me whimper. but I still can't open my eyes. His emotions swirl with lust and need. They're powerful, but they don't overshadow the devotion and adoration that drums from him like a heartbeat. Vampires don't have beating hearts in the technical sense, but Magnus makes my body throb for him, as if I were the heart he had been missing all along. He unlashes, making my mouth part as he spreads my legs open. His cock throbs against my thigh, but it's his fingers he uses on me first.
Time to wake up, little diamond,
he says. I'm lucid enough now that I can hear him, but something is still holding me under an ocean of peace. Why can't I wake up? I search my mind for any sort of influence. Maybe another vampire alpha did something to me. That could be preventing me from fully bonding to Magnus. Because once I do, I'll be safe. Magnus swirls his fingers over my clit, while he presses a kiss to my lips. He dips his tongue in to graze mine, leaving the taste of my own blood to brush my senses. It's not unpleasant. I'm aware that I taste like cherries. It had made my blood a desirable commodity, and my father regularly sold it, or half drained me when he wanted to reward his allies. My blood was addictive, as most Omega's blood would be to a vampire alpha. But mine, especially, seemed to have drug-like qualities to those who tasted me. My father had tested it himself, but thankfully, he didn't enjoy my blood or want any more after the initial few drops. Others prefer it, though, quite strongly, and that appeal gives my father control over them. Or at least, it had. I bet you're foaming at the mouth now that your supply has likely run out. It pleases me that Magnus is the only alpha who will feed on me now, and when he bites his own tongue and gifts me his blood, I know that pleasure will only ever go both ways. I am his, and he is mine. His addictive taste slides down my throat like fine liquor, burning all the way down in the best of ways. It makes me sigh as I relax into the bed. I'm not in the nest I made anymore, which dampens my enjoyment, but I am still in a place that belongs to Magnus. He must have blood misted us from his lair to somewhere safer out of pure necessity. There's a faint scent of charred flesh that reminds me of burned wood smoke. Magnus was hurt, I wonder, but his confident strokes over my sex assure me he is already healed, thanks to my blood. A surge of pride warms my chest at the knowledge that I am useful to him, but I don't like that we had to relocate. I know he wouldn't move me from my nest unless he didn't have a choice. It doesn't surprise me that Outcast Island has proved to be unsafe. And wherever he has brought me, it holds a deeper meaning to him that feels right. His lair had been a prison, albeit a luxurious one with a dragon stone-powered shower and all the amenities one could ask for, but a prison all the same. It had a bedroom door with iron bolts, and the cold danger of rival vampires lurking around every corner. A taut sense of danger that I had always detected in Magnus seemed dampened here. His fear of discovery isn't a fear for our lives. It has to do with something else. My tongue grazes his in praise for the shift in his emotions. I'll reward him when he demonstrates control, as well as releasing anger, which he has held on to for far too long. He returns my praise with the pressure of his touch, spreading me open before he curls his fingers inside of me. I sigh, but I'm still unable to open my eyes.
Can you hear me, little diamond?
He asks. I can barely manage the word. Yes. He purrs in response, and the sound makes wetness gush out of me and onto his fingers. He gathers it and stimulates my clit. Then he must bring his fingers to his mouth, because he hums in approval.
You taste delicious, my Omega. So ready for me? You're coming out of torpor, which means you need my knot to fully awaken. Are you ready for that?
Torpor. That explains why I feel so peaceful. Well, the fact that I went into torpor is fascinating. The promise of his knot interests me more. Excitement spears through my core. I felt empty for so long, and the soreness within me will finally find relief. Yes, I murmur. And then he holds me against him as he braces me.
This is your last chance, Omega. Tell me to stop, if you need to, and I will.
He waits until I lick my lips and manage another sound of agreement, but it's more a mule of my sharp need that makes me dizzy than a word. It's agreement enough. When he enters me, I suck in a breath. He takes his time sliding into me. My wetness gives him all the lubrication he requires to ease into me with blissful agony. Because he's big. Widening my legs, I try to make room for him as he sheathes himself in me, filling me up until he's all the way inside. He's so big that my body already feels stretched and impossibly full. So big, I marvel. Or maybe I'm small, because I'm an Omega. The combination makes him massive to me in comparison, but my body thrums with excitement, as my insides practically seem to rearrange themselves to accommodate him. He pauses when something sharp twists my insides, and he frowns.
Stay still,
He commands me. I don't have to obey, but I do when he eases out of me. A whimper mules from my mouth without the fullness he was offering me. He slides 3 fingers inside of me and pushes my knees to my chest.
You've been implanted.
He informs me. Implanted. His fingers work with gentle care, moving in an intentional way to locate the obstruction, rather than to pleasure me. I wince when he finds what he's looking for. He holds my gaze with his. He should be feeling anger, and while it simmers underneath the surface, right now he's entirely focused on taking care of me.
I'm going to remove the implant, Omega. Are you ready? It's going to hurt.
I bite my lip and shakily nod. I had various inspections from my father's doctors before I was sent to Bariloche sector. I remember one that had supposedly taken a sample of my womb, but now I realize that sharp pain very well could have been something being put in instead of taken out. I'm ready, I tell him, since he is clearly waiting for verbal agreement, before I squeeze my eyes shut when he plucks the implant between his fingers and tugs. To my relief, the pain doesn't last long as he pulls out a small microchip and shows it to me. I frown when I recognize the red design, indicative of Alva Nest technology.
Do you know what this is?
He asks me. Nodding, I sigh. It's a tracker. No doubt implanted by my father's doctor. Magnus seems to swallow a growl as he crushes the small device in his grip, then casts the dust onto the floor. He doesn't say a word as he grazes his tongue over the sharp point of one of his fangs, then disappears between my legs, and fucks me with his tongue. Oh, I squirm as he swirls his tongue all through my entrance, coating me with his blood. He kisses my clit after he pulls out, then he settles between my thighs again. My eyes grow big as he takes one claw and runs it up the shaft of his cock, making bright red blood glisten all the way to the tip in an erotic, sinful invitation.
I'm going to heal what damage removing that did to you,
He informs me.
Are you ready?
I don't hesitate to answer, because his wound will close in a few moments, and I don't want him to have to cut himself again. I'm ready, I say. He slides into me, and the heady impact of his blood inside of me makes my vision dance with spots. The sensation of fullness is amplified by the tingling power of his blood. My body obviously approves, because wetness pools around my thighs, welcoming him to fuck me as deep as he likes. Pain flickers when the large head of his cock reaches my inner walls where the implant had been placed. I wonder if it had a dual purpose, for my father to know where I was, while also being informed when I had been properly fucked by an alpha. Because only a cock as large as one such as Magnus's would reach that deep inside of me. But I doubt another alpha would have taken the time or care to pull it out. My body heals as it accepts the gift of Magnus's blood and willingly stretches to accommodate the sheer size of his cock. When his knot warms my entrance, he goes still. I'm not sure how he's going to manage to push that inside of me. The promise of his knot throbs at my core, making my inner muscles tighten in response. The massive size of him prevents me from clamping down as hard as I'd like to, but it's a delicious battle of tightness that has my body burning with pleasure. He begins to purr again, making me feel like I'm floating above an ocean. He grinds his knot against my core, instead of pushing it inside. The pressure stimulates my clit, forcing me into a soft orgasm as my mouth parts on a silent gasp. It seems to be part of his preparation of my body, as he dips me under the edge of the proverbial ocean of bliss. And I know I'm about to crash to the bottom of it, where I will drown in the sensation that is all Magnus. After my orgasm quiets into soft spasms, he eases his knot into me, ever so slowly, taking his time as I endure the task of stretching apart for him. He's going to tear me in two, I think, as my body accepts the impossibility of his sheer size. My eyes flutter open as his knot begins to swell, completing the process of fully bringing me out of torpor as I blink up at the most gorgeous sight I have ever seen. His eyes are beautifully red from feeding on me. His dark hair hangs over his face, and his jawline hardens as he works himself in place.
That's the expression I was hoping for,
he says with a dazzling grin. I'm pleased that he doesn't attempt to retract his large fangs.
That's my good Omega. Keep coming on my cock like that.
I realize that my spasms never ended. His knot stretching me is making me come over and over again with a rising hysteria that'll destroy me. It frightens me that I want it to. Magnus has his hand on my throat in a possessive way, not putting any pressure on me, but keeping me in place while he stretches me with his knot. He's moved from bracing me against him to now trusting me to find my most comfortable position as I writhe on the bed. Soon, we'll be locked together. My legs quiver as pleasure spikes through my system. Every inch he stretches me is excruciatingly blissful, in a way I could never have predicted. Magnus, I whisper, as I arch my back and widen my legs again, attempting to accept his knot and show him that I'm his Omega. My heat thrums through me in full force as he praises me.
You're taking my knot like such a good girl,
he says as he strokes my throat.
Are you going to take every drop of my cum too?
I nod, but my womb is still closed. Attempting to breathe will satisfy a portion of my heat though, and I eagerly buck my hips against him as I sink my fingers into the bedsheets. Just a little farther. That's when a horrible, familiar presence fills the room, and I hear a voice inside my head. Because Magnus is bonded to me now, he seems to be able to hear it too.
Gudrun,
a familiar male voice roars. The disconnected voice sends cold terror rushing to my core.
Finally rid yourself of the tracker. Well, that means you found an alpha and... Oh,
He goes silent as a strange, invading sense swarms through my chest.
he already blood-bonded you. I see. No matter. When that alpha is done with you, I hope you're ready for the friends I have waiting. It's a shame that the alpha who finally unlocked your heat has to die. So I'll let him finish before he can decide where his allegiances lie.
My father found me. He's listening. His ability is to haunt anyone whose blood he has tasted. And as I recall, he has tasted my blood at least once. I had just assumed his ability didn't work on me because he had never haunted me before. Clearly, he was waiting for the right moment to reveal to me that he can indeed find me whenever he wants to. His abilities likely only go so far, so the tracker had been a means to monitor me without expending precious resources. But he would have known when I'd left Bariloche sector and where I had wound up, meaning he had purposefully abandoned me on Outcast Island. Magnus curses, and his emotion at the disturbance rushes into me.
Is that who I think it is?
He asks. When I whimper, that's all the answer he needs.
He dares to interfere here. Now. In my fucking home nest.
He growls. I'm hit with a powerful dose of white-hot rage. The sensation makes me whimper again, as his knot throbs inside my entrance, stretching me painfully in a way that isn't as pleasant as it was before. His alpha dominance is coming out, and right now he's ready to claim his omega to prove a point. And that's not the right reason to not an empath vampire omega. At least not one that'll allow me to fall into estrus. He's not actually here, I tried to explain to Magnus. But he will be soon. My father sends his voice echoing in my mind again, this time channeling through me to reach Magnus, whose blood I doubt he's tasted before, but I have.
Take your time with her. I'm in no rush. I was waiting for her heat to unlock at Bariloche sector, before that process was rudely interrupted. It worked in my favor that she landed in exiled sector and met a vampire strong enough to force her over the edge. I should have sent her there in the first place. For that, I'll reward you with this time to knot her, as long as you like. Just be sure to bring her home when her heat breaks.
His voice deepens.
And if you don't, know that the full force of the Alva nest will be reclaiming what rightly belongs to us.
I hate my father's monologues. He's so pleased with himself that my stomach whines with nausea. But he chose this exact moment to announce his presence, so neither of us could enjoy the experience. He doesn't think I want this, I realize though, based on the smugness of his words. He still believes it's impossible that there's a compatible alpha out there for me. That gives Magnus a small edge, but only if we play our cards right.
Where is he?
Magnus asks, glancing around the room. His knot makes it impossible to detach us, which I know makes him vulnerable, but at least for now I can surmise that we are safe enough. But any hope I had of estrus is gone now. And perhaps my heat too. The fever along my brow cools as pleasure turns to discomfort. It's impossible to enjoy myself while I know my father can talk to me whenever he wants to. Or maybe I should try to tune him out. It would piss him off if I accepted a vampire alpha that he didn't choose. Probably still in the alva nest, I explain, as pain twists in my core. Magnus's knot throbs at my entrance, but his emotions rampage in my chest, making me feel like I can't take the pressure anymore. Magnus, Stop, I beg him, because something doesn't feel right. My father chuckles, but he's still not actually here. He just wants us to know that he's still haunting us.
You beg just like your mother. So pathetic,
He says. Defeat twists in my stomach. Magnus reacts to my plea as his entire body goes rigid.
There's only one way I can stop, little diamond,
He tells me, and I don't understand why I can feel the fracture of pain in his heart. He releases his claws and places his hand directly over his chest, and then he sinks them into his skin. Magnus? I ask, panicked, when I realize he's going for his own heart. Vampires might not have a heartbeat, but our hearts are vaults. They hold the majority of our blood, and we can't survive without them. He's going to rip out his own heart to obey my wish. I grip his wrist and shove all my love into him, because no one has ever demonstrated such care for me. No one has ever been willing to sacrifice everything just so that I could be spared pain. This isn't what I want, I try to tell him, as I widen my eyes and redirect all my desire into him. With Magnus's gift on my side, I can do what he does. I can project my emotions outward. And where Magnus has rage, I have love. Against all odds, I've protected my nature deep within my soul, waiting for the slim chance that I would eventually find an alpha worthy of it. His fingers relax when he stops hurting himself. His fangs extend, and he sinks deeper into me. His knot stretching me as it swells with finality, securing us together. All thoughts of my father fade as a climax rolls over me. Fuck him. Let him listen and see that he doesn't get to win. Not this time. Magnus bites his tongue again and praises me with a blood kiss while his knot throbs, holding me in place while my inner muscles stroke him. His cock throbs and pulses inside of me, filling me with warmth as he spills his cum into me. I pant as I allow the bliss to fill me up from the inside. He makes me drink his blood as he licks my lips, then shoves his tongue inside. I suck on the offering, and he groans as his cock throbs, spurting more of his cum into me. We are together now. Forever, I think with delight.
Enjoy knotting her.
My father's voice echoes, attempting to ruin the moment as his ability to stay with me fades. Luckily, he can only haunt in small bursts.
Now that she's finally in heat, I have a long line of alphas who are going to rape the omegas in your nest before they kill you and take their turn, Ig Vampire. Unless you wish to convert, of course. Then I might even allow you to impregnate her, if you're strong enough to force an estrus, that is.
My mind spins as I realize that Magnus is part of a bloodline that is a heavy rival to my own. My family has many, but I'm aware of the tensions with the Ig vampires. I've tried to stay out of the blood feud that has gone on for centuries, but now it seems that I'm in the thick of it. I find it hard to care while Magnus's knot throbs, and he continues to pump cum into me. The process takes minutes, maybe hours. I lose all sense of time while I enjoy the bliss of Magnus's knot. Strangely, he's not worried about his nest. He has faith in a member of his family to keep the omegas of the Ig nest safe. If only I had family members I could trust like that.
Now you do.
Magnus's tongue seems to say as he kisses me. His emotions, however, hide a violent need underneath. One that says once he's done knotting me, done claiming me, my father is going to die. He says as much aloud, which earns a chuckle from my overconfident father, before he's completely gone. He thinks one vampire alpha isn't enough to infiltrate the alpha nest. Perhaps he's right. But Magnus isn't alone, because I'm going to help him.
Chapter 13. Magnus. I'm going with you, my feisty Omega declares as she pulls on one of my shirts. Cum still drips from her sweet, swollen pussy, and it's all I can do not to bend her over and knot her from behind. Now that her father is no longer bothering us, I'm tempted to indulge in my Omega for a few more nights. But it will only end in frustration without the matter of her father dealt with, so that motivates me to kill first, fuck later. You're still in heat, I growl, not attempting to hide the sound that has her thighs shaking. She shoves her desire right back into me, making me fall back a step. It's a new ability she seems to have mastered after our permanent bonding. She has a version of my power now, but unlike me, she knows how to use it. And I'll project it to make anyone in my way fall to their knees, she says. Her cheeks are rosy, and her eyes flare with a healthy shade of red. Using your heat as a weapon. Clever little diamond. Any other Omega in the thick of her heat would not be able to stand right now. She should be a mewling mess on the floor, begging for me to knot her again. But those Omegas aren't empaths who have finally mastered their ability. I'm also deep within a rut, but I'm able to think clearly because my little diamond is harnessing the worst of my lust to allow me to think. My necklace also acts as a suppressant for the harshest of my emotions, but I've not had to rely on it for some time now. Ever since I met my little Omega, who is doing a poor job of behaving. When I growl at her, she snaps my lust back at me like a rubber band, making my knot throb and my cock harden painfully. I'm going with you, she repeats again. This isn't up for negotiation. This Omega is going to be the death of me. Not like that, you aren't, I growl again, as I wave at her lustful appearance. I do have some limits. If she walks around other vampire alphas like that, even ones she's related to, I will lose my fucking mind. It's a key difference between wolves and vampires. Wolves will parade around their Omegas with their scent and their seed all over them to stake their claim. Vampires, though, don't always have monogamous relationships. Sending out a scented Omega in her heat is an offering to join the intimacy of an orgy pack, and not all vampires in her nest will be ones she's related to. There is no room for another vampire in my pack, meaning my Omega can't look like the sex offering she is right now. Ripping my necklace off, I loop it over her head. It was my mark for exile, something that's required on Outcast Island. An exile mark can be a piece of jewelry, or it can be a literal mark on the body. In my case, I had infused my necklace with the mark. Once I met my Omega, though, my exile had been lifted. Its original purpose still remains, though. My necklace behaves as a suppressant, which is exactly what my Omega needs right now. She sucks in a deep breath as the golden locket draws in the hard edges of her heat. She can take it off if she wants to, but for now, it will at least allow me to dress her. I'll grab something from the guest bedroom for you to wear, I tell her. You'd better be in the shower by the time I come back. There's no heckling from her father, so he must have stopped listening after I finished knotting her. He knows I'm coming, though, because I told him as much. Surprise attacks aren't my strong suit, and I prefer my prey to know that death is imminent. But that sentiment changes now that I have a beautiful Omega refusing to leave my side. Based on the fury raging in her eyes, I know it's more than that. This is her revenge, too. This is her justice. I can't imagine what it must have been like, being forced to soak in the disgusting feelings of vile alphas all around her, and being force-fed their blood. Then there was the matter of a tracker being implanted in her body. The fact that she seemed as surprised as I was that it was there suggested she was accustomed to examinations. Painful ones. Fucking assholes. I can't blame her for wanting a hand in their deaths. If that's what you want, little diamond, I will tear their heads from their bodies and line them on my wall so their dead eyes can watch me fuck you. And this time, there won't be any heckling. Pressing a kiss to the top of her head, my Omega deflates. I'll take a shower, she agrees, surprising me by her willingness to obey when moments ago she was ready to defy me. But I also demonstrated that I'm willing to negotiate. It's a lesson that perhaps I don't have to order everyone around all the time. Sometimes compromise works better for everyone. You have much to teach me, little diamond. It'll be an adjustment. I'm the type of alpha who is rarely told no. Anyone who ever tried usually didn't live very long. But my Omega has been denied everything her whole life. She doesn't deserve that. She deserves the world. Even more than that, she deserves to see the world that has wronged her for so long burn to the ground. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chapter 14. Gudrun. Obeying my alpha by indulging in his warm shower is my choice. I'm aware that his commands don't actually work on me. I'm able to resist him, which gives me a sense of security that he's not able to force me to do anything I don't want to do. But he sure knows how to seduce me to get his way. I was fully prepared to go into my home nest wearing only my alpha's shirt, while the evidence of our mating dripped from my body. It would have sent a message that no one could deny. I'm not alone anymore. Even if it would have technically been an invitation for any other alpha or beta to join my nest, that wasn't how I would have intended it. But Magnus was right. We needed our message to be clear when we faced my father. I choose Magnus, and no one else will ever touch me again. I had always tried to shoulder the weight of the world and just bear it, because I thought that made me strong. But accepting the strength of my alpha doesn't make me weak. I'm built in a way that I'm physically small, but I have a big heart. And with an alpha like Magnus on my side, I have access to a strength that makes up for my weaknesses. Likewise, I realize how much I complete him. He's able to navigate life without his blood rage ruling his every moment. He can be the one in control instead. All because of me. So I close my eyes and lift my face as the warm water massages my cheeks. It washes away the lingering sensation of my father's influence, of the memory of Outcast Island, and replenishes me in a way I didn't know I needed. But Magnus knew. He knows what my body needs before I do, and I love that about him. My nostrils flare when his wood smoke and liquor scent makes the misty air fragrant. "Does your family know we're here?" I ask, because it's obvious now where he's taken us. "We're in the Ignest mansion, which should terrify me as a known rival to my family's bloodline. But I'm an Ig vampire now, am I not? Mating Magnus changes everything."
Not yet. But they will soon know that I've raided the guest quarters,
Magnus says as he steps into my view.
My scent is a little recognizable.
That it is, I agree. He hungrily eyes me from the other side of the glass. His shower is large, and I'd expect no less, and runs in a full rectangle of glass, with nothing to impede the view. There's a stowed curtain at the edge of one of the corners, and a track all the way around the shower's edge along the ceiling. But I know Magnus isn't going to give me privacy. I wouldn't want it anyway. I enjoy his gaze on me.
I want to put a baby in you,
He tells me unexpectedly. Freezing, I stop lathering my hair with the shampoo I had found and blink at him. "What?" My stomach drops. "We've been over this,"
A baby.
he insists, as his gaze lowers to admire my body again.
You deserve more than I can give you as an Ig vampire. You deserve to be a queen.
My breath comes in short pants. Twirling, I turn away from him as I lift my head and let the water wash away the shampoo. But I need a moment to collect myself. "Assuming I am capable of estrus, the child could still be an Ig vampire," I tell him. Starting a new nest is a big undertaking, one that requires resources, allies, and land, all of which I have none of at the moment. "Unless that's the only reason you want a baby," I begin, as my chest tightens. Of course, he only wants a baby so he can start a new nest. He doesn't actually just want me. My spiral of thoughts is put to an immediate stop when a muscular arm wraps around my middle and hauls me against his hard chest. He's still wearing the jeans he had put on before he ventured out to the guest quarters. He doesn't seem to mind the water that instantly soaks him, as he presses one hand between my legs and cups my sex. The other he holds around my middle.
I want a child because I want to give you the world, Gudrun. I don't need more time to get to know you. I already know I want you. I want a nest with you.
He moves his hand over my stomach, where my womb waits for him.
I want to see you swell with my child, knowing that I was the one who bred you.
His fingers move over my sex, making me pant as my heat comes back in full force. Knowing how Magnus really feels changes something inside me. I'm an empath. I know everything he's saying is true. He wants to breed me, because he wants me to bear his child. I want that too, I admit. Magnus's emotions suggest he's going to reward me for my approval, but his body does the opposite. A whimper escapes me when Magnus removes his fingers and exits the shower.
I can feel that your estrus is close,
He says. He nods to his necklace I'm still wearing.
That's a suppressant. I suggest you use it if you're going to be coming with me.
Where? I ask, because I have lost all ability to string more than 2 words together. I'm feeling the impact of not only my own heat, but Magnus's rut as well. His body pulses with a vibrant, dominant need to fuck and claim and bite. But his expression is stoic. He's letting me handle his rut, I realize. I grip the necklace for strength and shiver at the icy tendril of control as it sweeps through me. My empathic powers might be strong, but I need help when it comes to not only my own heat, but my alpha's rut too. The suppressant's effects are uncomfortable, but he's right. It masks the emotions and urges enough for me to be able to think straight.
We're going to your childhood home, where we end this. The only thing standing in my way of putting a baby in you is your father. You'll never feel safe as long as he draws breath.
I chew my lip as I take a few deep gulps of air. Shakily finding the shower's control knob, I dip it so that cold water comes out. You're right, I quietly admit. Magnus nods.
So finish up and let me dry you off.
He motions to the comfortable athletic wear laid out on the bench. It looks like it'll fit me and be easy enough to move around in, especially if I need to run.
Then get dressed, because we have a vampire to kill.
I find myself obeying my alpha again. I make a mental note not to make a habit of it. But I know, with Magnus, that'll prove difficult. Because he's a vampire alpha in the true sense of the word. And he's going to show my father what that really means.
Chapter 15. Magnus. The only thing keeping me from knotting my beautiful Omega for weeks is the fact that if I kill her father, I get to push her into estrus. I get to breed her. I had wanted her verbal consent, so that's why I brought up the matter in the first place. But her agreement made me want to do wicked things to her. It is unfortunate that I no longer have my necklace to suppress my blood rage, because I imagined it would help with the rut that is riding me hard too. Unfortunately, I have to allow my little Omega to take on the burden of my lust and my need to breed her. If I am going to keep her alive while we infiltrate the alpha nest, then I need my head on straight. When my Omega is fully dressed, I mentally curse myself for giving her tight-fitting clothing that makes me want to rip it off of her. But, truthfully, I could dress my Omega in a paper bag, and I would still want to fuck her and cover her with my cum. Soon, I promise myself. Instead, I hold out a steady hand to her in offering. Are you ready? She slowly nods, then takes my hand and curls into my chest. My body warms at her proximity, but she pulls my desire from me and dampens my urges the moment they arise. I realize that it's quite necessary for my Omega to come with me. Without her, my rut would take over, and inside an enemy nest, that would result in a blood massacre that would end up with me either dead or worse. You're incredible, I think. Then I wrap us in a mist of my blood and my power, sending us to where we need to go. My blood misting ability requires that I travel to places I've been to before. I had never been to the Alva Nest Mansion, because it was a death sentence to step within miles of the place. My bloodline would be noticeable even from a healthy distance. My ability to command others, particularly other vampires, has made me a feared alpha. However, I can't command mass numbers of vampires at the same time. The ability is one-on-one, and it doesn't prevent me from being overwhelmed. So, while I'd never been to the Alva nest, I had a little back door, thanks to my Omega. Like her father had used our blood connection through Gudrun, I could do the same. Unlike her father, I had her permission to do so. The trip would have taken much longer without my Omega's help. Of course, she had been there before, so I had my choice of location where we would end up. I chose to infiltrate directly into her family's main parlor. There was no need to be subtle about our intentions. As the blood mist clears, I hold Gudrun protectively against my chest, while her father, mother, and 2 other vampire alphas, as well as 1 beta, stare back at us. Her father has his fingers steepled while he leans back in his chair, and the beta kneeling on the floor has blood dripping from the bite marks on his neck and holds a mangled wrist. No one seems to mind the fact that the blood is staining what looks to be a very expensive Persian carpet. While vampire alphas require Omega blood to be sustained, a beta's blood is a viable supplement. They are also more dispensable, making them good candidates for vampire alphas who tend to be too violent when they feed. But only nests with a healthy mixture of cruelty and wealth can afford beta feeders they intend to replace on a regular schedule. The rest of the parlor looks like it did in my Omega's mind, minus a few upgrades. I notice projection screens have been installed over the windows, an expensive technology some vampires prefer to experience other landscapes and environments. The primary purpose is usually to allow sunlight to stream into the room without the harmful effects that hurt our eyes, but the projection on the windows that covers up Greenland's landscape is a nighttime beach scene. Based on the palm trees, I'm guessing it's a tropical location, maybe even one of the islands in Exiled Sector. That would serve a dual purpose: monitor the island while also enjoying a view. But such technology is expensive. That, paired with the evidence of a beta feeder, has me wondering where all the money is coming from. The Alva nest is old and powerful, but not necessarily wealthy. Getting rich off my Omega's blood? I surmise, as a warning growl rumbles in my chest. My Omega siphons away the rage the moment it manifests, allowing me to remain silent for the exchange. I haven't yet decided how many vampires are going to die today. It depends on what comes out of their mouths. So far, it's not looking good. But I turn my attention to the 2 other vampires who look like male versions of the master of the Alva nest. Are those your brothers? I wonder. Not that my Omega can hear me, but based on the submissive shift in her gaze, they likely are. And they weren't very nice to her. And when I sniff, I note that they too have fed on the beta still kneeling on the ground. I assumed the damage to the beta had been caused by my Omega's father, but it very well could have been one of them. I mentally tally 3 deaths on my counter. Shifting my attention to the only female in the room, I can easily guess who she is. Her mother hasn't retained her youth as well as an Omega should, meaning she's likely malnourished and mistreated. Her golden hair is brighter than her daughter's, but the rest of her seems dim, all the way to the darkness of her round eyes. Gudrun? Her mother asks hopefully. She straightens as her dark eyes blink. She's the only one in the room who hasn't fed recently. She stares at her daughter as if she's seeing a ghost. Is that you? Her father growls, making the Omega sink back into her chair as she bows her head, sending her hair covering her face. No talking, Freya. When she doesn't respond, he snaps his fingers, making her flinch. Yes, King Torben. I don't correct him that he had just ordered his poor Omega not to talk, so she had only been trying to obey him by not responding. The asshole turns on me with a feral grin as his red eyes flicker, and I know more idiocy is going to spew from his mouth. So, you've brought my daughter home. His nostrils flare as he glances at her. Strange. Is her heat over so soon? It only seems to be lingering. He shrugs before he lifts himself off his chair that he treats as a throne. No matter. I know she's defective, so I suppose a mini-heat is all I can hope for when it comes to Gudrun. I'm not defective, my feisty Omega says with an impressive growl of her own. She steps away from the protection of my arms and faces her father. She has to peer up at him. She's still an Omega, and physically small, especially when standing next to another Alpha. But to me, she's the strongest warrior of us all. He raises a brow as he looks down at her. No? Then tell me, little Gudrun, why is it that you're talking back to an Alpha? Even your training in Beralosh sector and a trip to Outcast Island haven't broken you. He throws his hands up. And now you come back to me after barely satisfying an Alpha for a few hours? At least I know he knotted you, so maybe there's hope for you yet. Your tracker is broken. He winks at me, making me want to slash his face open. But this is my Omega's moment. I will give it to her. Must have a nice-sized cock on that one to reach that far. So that proves you can definitely take an Alpha's knot. One of the males grunts as he stands. He has a streak of silver in his dark hair, and one of his eyes is white. His features are younger than his father's, but the battle scars marring his face suggest he must be at least 50 years old, and has a penchant for finding trouble. Why do you tolerate an Ig vampire among us, father? Who cares if he finally got my sister to go into a heat? His job is done. He extends his fangs. Let me kill him. I stiffen as I ready myself to command the asshole to pluck out his remaining working eye when King Torben holds up a hand. No, I am a vampire of my word. I told the vampire Alpha he would be rewarded for forcing her into a heat where others had failed. He glances up at me with challenge written across his flexing jaw. Assuming he's willing to abandon his Yig ties and ally himself with the Alva nest. We're going to start a new nest, my Omega sneers. My dick jumps at the declaration from my Omega, but I don't blood mist her back to the safety of my nest so I can make good on that promise. Her father has to die. I would have preferred to lop off his head and leave, but as a king of a nest, he is a lot older than me. It won't be that easy, and I doubt my command ability will even work on him. I have only encountered a handful of royals on Outcast Island, and those that had the unfortunate luck of crossing my path had been half exsanguinated. Commanding them had been manageable. Based on the glowing red gaze of King Torben's eyes, he makes sure he is always well fed. The brothers, though, are much younger and more likely susceptible to my power. The other finally speaks with lethal tones, spewing blood from his mouth that suggests he's the one who maimed the beta. I say he can only join us if he can beat me in a fight, he says with a grin that shows off sharp fangs. My Omega stiffens with fear, but that fear seems to be more of a trained reaction rather than a worry that I can't take care of myself. You're not getting near him, Uhtred, she says. When he backhands her out of the way, my vision turns red, and there's no amount of power my Omega has over me to draw in the surge of rage that action incurred, especially because I can smell my Omega's blood dripping from the gash on her face. I'll fight you, I growl. To the death.
Chapter 16. Gudrun. My cheek radiates with a familiar sting from my brother's strike. Uhtred wears a ring he intentionally hit me with, making blood roll down my cheek where it struck me. I know the purpose of that ring. It's attached to a pair of brass knuckles that he knows how to use, especially coupled with a stun gun he keeps tucked away in his pocket. I don't have a chance to warn Magnus before he grabs my brother by the throat and hauls him to the ground. Uhtred loves a brawl. That's why he goaded my alpha into a fight. He produces the electrified gun and jabs Magnus with it, making me wince when he grunts, momentarily stunned, and unable to use his command voice that could end the fight immediately. My alpha is strong, even without his ability, and he barely flinches when my brother hauls off and strikes him in the jaw with the brass knuckles I hadn't even seen him put on. My mother curls her fingers through mine. You shouldn't have come home, she whispers. I want to be angry with her, but the paralyzing fear bleeding from her soul makes me take pity on her. She was broken by my father a long time ago. But I did, I tell her, glancing up at my father, who is now completely ignoring me. He's not worried I'm going to run. There's nowhere to go. Still, my eldest brother, Viggo, takes me by the wrist with a punishing grip. He's always been the cruelest when it comes to my brothers. When he lost his eye, I'm pretty sure he lost his soul. Because he lost it to the Omega who refused to let him not her. She clawed out his eye in retaliation, and he killed her in response.
Did you enjoy your first heat?
He asks me with a wild gleam in his eye. He doesn't pause long enough for me to consider answering that I actually did. He eyes Magnus fighting the effects of the stun gun and licks his lips.
Is that really the one who was able to break you in? Your heat didn't last very long.
He chuckles as he watches Magnus take another hit of Uhtred's brass knuckles to his ribs. The sickening sound of a bone cracking echoes through the parlor, but Magnus only gives my brother a bloody grin. He's toying with him.
I have a friend who has been dying for a taste of you and has an Omega he won't let me play with until I have an Omega to share,
Viggo says mournfully.
Maybe I'll lend you out once we're done here.
Magnus glances at me, but I nod, indicating Uhtred with my chin. Focus on your fight, I tell him with my eyes. Even though he can't hear me, he seems to receive the message and catches my brother's brass knuckles with his fist. Still, he doesn't use his command ability on him. He twists, rewarding Uhtred with a few broken bones of his own. Yanking his attention from the brawl, my father frowns down at me. The Alvanest king takes notice that I exist, now that discussion of trading Omegas has come about.
She's to be broken in by one of my new allies first,
my father says as he snarls at Viggo.
Know your place, son. I'm the one who made sure she had some use in her, other than her blood. Now we have an Omega who can be knotted with the sweet boost of a heat, maybe even bred, if we keep trying. So keep your hand off what is mine,
he says, emphasizing his point by ripping Viggo's hand off of me. The rough movement leaves a bruise on my wrist. I straighten as I face my father. I'm not yours, I snarl at him. I belong to Magnus, and not because you gave me to him, because I gave myself to him. My father blinks at me as if I've grown 3 heads.
What are you going on about, Omega daughter? I don't care what you think you did. Your only use to me is your blood and your cunt.
I don't let him go on one of his fucking monologues again. I rip off my suppression necklace and then grip him around his throat. When the force of my heat and Magnus's rage rampages into me without the barrier to keep it back, I project. My father falls to his knees for the first time in my living memory. Victory surges in my chest, but Viggo reacts quickly. He rips my hand off my father, but skin contact seems to be my medium right now. I channel everything I'm feeling into him, and descend to his knees too. I don't let my father recover. I return my grip to his neck with my other hand. An Omega overpowering 2 vampire alphas, and one of them is a king. Magnus had called me strong. He was right. I can feel his praise as he ends his fight with Uhtred with brutal finality. He doesn't use any commands. That would waste precious blood and resources. Instead, he shreds his way through my brother until he's an unrecognizable mess on the ground. The poor beta that had been tonight's entertainment finally seems to realize he can leave. He stares up at me with wide eyes. Go, I tell him. I'm pleased to see him retreating from the room, but maybe that was a mistake. What if he brings reinforcements? I don't imagine the beta has any love lost with my family, but I realize it was poor judgment on my part the moment he disappears. Slaves have a warped sense of loyalty. They fear the lash more than they can possibly recognize the sweet taste of freedom. As much of a prison the Alva Nest might be, what awaits a lone beta in Greenland is much worse. The sound of footsteps tells me I don't have much time. My mother surprises me by rising to her feet and gliding to the door. She softly closes it and places the large wooden column down to settle into the hooks, locking the door. Every door in the Alva Nest has a barrier protocol in the event of a siege. My father has made many enemies over the years. I hated him for it, but it's because of those frequent attacks that the mansion is equipped with such sturdy doors. This time, my father's arrogance will allow me to finish what I started. Magnus walks up behind Viggo and sinks his claw into his good eye, making the vampire scream as blood pours down his face. My alpha makes eye contact with me, looking for permission. I give it to him with a subtle nod. Viggo's head disappears in a massive swipe of Magnus's fist, landing against the wall with a sickening thud. With only my father left to deal with, I place both hands on him and keep funneling my energy. His lip quivers as drool runs down the side of his mouth. His wide red eyes are filled with shock and fury. He can't believe an Omega would be capable of any sort of power, much less this. But for the first time in my life, I sense my mother's pride. She doesn't say a word as she straightens fully upright, possibly for the first time I can ever remember, and brushes her beautiful hair away from her face. Her dark eyes seem bright as she lifts her chin and watches me keep my father on his knees. Save this nest, my daughter, her eyes seem to say. End the tyranny once and for all. I'm sure one of the other alphas will simply take my father's place. We can't stay here and kill them all. But at least we can take my mother with us when we leave. You have tormented this nest long enough, I hiss at my father. The reason I could never perform like you wanted me to was because you lack one simple thing. I lean in and bite his ear, so that his blood drains down his neck. I spit out the vile, bitter taste. You lack love, father. So you're no good to me. All you can do now is die. When I lean away, I give Magnus a nod. He grips my father's head with both hands and twists. He doesn't give my father a swift beheading like he had my brother. Instead, he slowly, roughly tears, taking his time ripping his head from his shoulders until his spine snaps off with a violent crack. Magnus grips my father's detached head by the hair, then gathers up the head of Vigo and rips off Uhtred's too. What is he going to do with those? I wonder. When he approaches me, my heat lingers in my body without an outlet to direct it. I can see that Magnus wants to finish what we started. He's going to blood mist us home. The door bows as vampires beat on it from the other side and growl. My mother impresses me in that she remains stiffly upright. For once, she's not going to cower. We're taking my mother, I tell Magnus. He doesn't say anything. He simply nods.
Hold my arm,
he instructs her. She glances at me, then shakily does as instructed. He guides her over to me. Then I curl myself into his chest. I close my eyes as he blood mists us home. He drops my mother off in the guest quarters, where he had gathered the clothes for me to wear. He points at the locked door.
If anyone comes in, you tell them that you're under Magnus's protection. Then tell them to come find me.
She sinks onto the edge of the bed and nods. Then Magnus blood mists me to his room. I pant as my heat starts to overtake me, but this time I can allow it to run its course. I watch as Magnus takes the 3 heads he has collected and goes to the dresser. He pushes everything off of it, crashing the decor onto the ground. Then he lowers each head reverently in place, one by one, until they are all facing the bed. He peels up their eyelids and seems to make sure they remain open. He grins at me with a feral expression when I give him a raised brow.
Consider it an estrus present, Omega. The dead eyes of your enemies will be forced to watch you achieve what they never thought possible.
I swallow the lump in my throat as my alpha approaches me, covered in blood, covered in violence and death. Because he avenged me. Because he protected me. And now he's going to claim me. He's going to breed me. I pant as he growls and rips off my clothes with his claws, somehow removing everything in a few swipes without scratching me. He bites his tongue and licks my wrist where I'm bruised, healing me. Then he licks my cheek, sealing the wound from my brother's strike. Next he stops and bites his wrist, then holds it out to me.
It's all I have for your nest right now,
he tells me with a low growl rumbling underneath his words. He won't be lucid for much longer, but he wants to make sure my estrus is how it should be, within a nest created by his Omega. I cup my hands under his blood offering and take my fill. That done, I carefully crawl over the bed and drizzle the blood around in a semicircle and onto the pillows. Then I lather the remaining blood over myself. My senses buzz as I curl into the nest I made. I writhe in it, pleased by my creation until I hear my alpha's growls transform into a purr. I mewl with need as I roll onto my back and spread my legs. I shove my fingers into myself, reflexively trying to push his blood into me as he picks his way across my nest, careful not to disturb it. He presses a kiss to my cheek as he moves my fingers out of the way, then replaces them with the tip of his cock. He's impossibly swollen, impossibly hard.
Are you ready?
He asks. I'm not even sure how he's capable of words right now. I have let go of all my control, all my ability to restrain my heat or his wrath. Unable to manage a verbal agreement, I grab his hips and pull him onto me while I widen my legs. He rumbles with an approving purr as he forces himself into me, making my body accommodate his size in a blissful stretch that has my eyes rolling to the back of my head. He grips my chin when he slowly thrusts into me and directs my gaze to the heads on the dresser while he fucks me. I take in the sight of my father and my brothers, forced to watch with dead eyes that will take in a sight that consummates their complete and utter failure. This is the start of a new bloodline. This is the start of my life as a queen. Magnus purrs in my ear as he massages my throat.
This is their end, Gudrun. And for you and me, this is our beginning.
Tears burn at the edges of my eyes. The nightmare is over. My breath catches on a gasp when the inner walls of my lower abdomen stretch in an unmistakable sensation. My womb has opened. My estrus has arrived. We did it, Magnus. We found each other on Outcast Island. But now, we are outcasts no more. Because you belong to me, and I belong to you. Forever.
Chapter 17 Sigurd. Magnus, I wish you were here. The thought comes from some dark recess of my mind. I hardly remember my older brother. Usually, our last encounter is what haunts me. The memory of his claws at my throat, digging into my skin, isn't nearly as bad as his growl commanding that I bleed. I don't even remember what the altercation was about. It doesn't really matter. He immediately backed off when Luna, my guardian wolf, snapped at him. The pair always held a fondness for each other, and her reprimand was enough to pull him out of a dangerous moment of rage. He has a thing for animals, probably because they're innocent and loyal to a fault. They act on instincts, and if anyone can relate to primal urges, it's a vampire like my brother. He'd been the perfect distraction during my younger years. Everyone was focused on the feral prince, and not so much on the half-breed addition. When he left, far too much burden fell on me. I feel it more keenly now that our father is dying, and I'm left to deal with the day-to-day operations of the Ig nest. 2 allied royals from the Era nest wait for my response to their proposals. And I wonder if they're just going to stab me in the back the moment I'm not looking. I haven't done anything to earn their respect. While I've protected my nest from invaders, they don't know how many throats I've ripped out. My kills have always been silent ones. Very few vampires ever hear me coming. And even fewer know they're dead before it's already too late. I've preferred to stay out of the spotlight. My father should have had centuries left. Some days, he can't even talk. It won't be long now. I'm far too young and unknown to become a vampire king, meaning I'm going to have to prove myself one way or another, in a much more obvious way than I am accustomed to. They'll need a show from a vampire who prefers to kill in darkness, a violent one. There's only one form of currency that vampires understand, and that's blood. The door slams open, startling me from my thoughts as a vampire beta rushes into the room. My security team lining the wall stands in her way and growls, but she holds up a tiny female's shirt in her grip as if it's a trophy. "Prince Sigurd!" she cries. My wolf barrels through the vampire alphas and tramples the girl. Sighing, I stand up and pull my beast off of her. "Down, girl," I chide, as I gently unlatch her giant maw from the girl's shoulder. She didn't harm the beta, but Luna clearly stunned her. The beta wobbles to her knees and adjusts her torn blouse. "Leave her be," I tell my wolf, who is now growling at the poor vampire beta. My wolf is my protector and my companion. She has been with me since birth and is genetically modified to protect me in all ways. As of late, she's been too protective, but she's on edge. I can't blame her. Gripping my wolf by the scruff, I hold her in place while the beta peers through her bangs and keeps a watchful eye on the beast. My wolf isn't the real problem, though. The two visiting alphas give me raised brows, clearly judging me for my lack of control in my nest. This will certainly make negotiations more difficult. I nod to the two Era Nest Alpha Royals. "I'll be in touch," I tell them. We had been wrapping up anyway. And a beta bursting into my room holding a strangely scented shirt that suggests evidence of an intruder in the house. I don't need another reason to look weak in front of my father's allies. The beta bows her head as the visiting alphas close their suitcases. My security alphas follow them out of the drawing room, and I wait until the din of the footsteps fades before I speak. Vampires have impeccable hearing, and based on the scent of fear clinging to the beta, this isn't a conversation for others' ears. I have a feeling it's not just my wolf that has her rattled. "What brings you to interrupt my audience?" I ask. She winces at my tone. I'm not angry, but I am stressed. There's not much time before I take the Ig throne, and when that happens, I need to solidify or replace the alliances we will lose when my father passes. Because my age and lack of notoriety aren't the only problems. I'm half Ig vampire. The other half comes from a nest that the dead Ig Queen's loyal followers wiped out when they learned of my father's perceived infidelity. His queen already knew of his penchant for sleeping with other royals, but pushing another Omega into estrus was unfavorable. Even if separated by death, an alpha won't often procreate with a new omega, especially when he already has a son. But the queen had given him a feral prince, and he wanted a better heir. He wanted me. When I was born, he sent a scientist to create Luna and to modify my blood so that I would survive an impending attack, meaning he knew the risks and did nothing to protect my mother, only me. Even if my father is an asshole, he wasn't wrong about the need for an heir. I'm the last hope now for the egg nest. Still, my lineage will be an issue, but there's nothing that can be done about that. I have only one brother, and he's in exile. Would be nice if you were here to draw some of the heat, Magnus. He wouldn't qualify for the throne, not with his condition. But at least other nests would think twice before bothering a royal line with a feral prince. The beta's throat works on a swallow as her red gaze flashes up to meet mine. She holds it for a moment, likely put off by the blue gleam of my irises. Like my wolf, I'm genetically enhanced. If the scent of my blood doesn't give me away, my eyes always do. I've been trying to reach you all day, she says breathlessly as she holds up the shirt. To show you this. My nostrils flare as I finally take note of a trademark mix of wood smoke and liquor. It's faint, as if the vampire who left it was only browsing outfits, but it's definitely there. Magnus? I wonder, but as soon as I flirt with the idea, I throw it out. I'm just smelling old memories because I wish he were here. Even if I've never met another vampire that smelled like him, he couldn't be here. I haven't seen him since I was a child, and I know I'll never see him again after that fateful day when he almost killed me. If not for Luna snapping him out of it, I would be dead. Gripping the shirt, I frown. Even if I am imagining things, what I'm not imagining is a foreign scent. There is an intruder in this nest. Take me to the guest room this came from, I instruct the beta. No one was there, she begins, but I cut her off. You said you have been looking for me all day. Perhaps whoever left this scent has returned by now? I ask. While we have various guests, none of them have decided to stay overnight, meaning the guest wing should be empty. She nods as she shuffles to the door. The beta makes sure to keep her distance from my wolf, who is eyeing her like she wants to tear into her. This way, she says, wisely not turning her back as she opens the door and eases into the hallway. When I follow her and we reach the guest wing, my nose twitches at the sharp but sweet scent of a rival bloodline. Given that I'm an alpha, my sense of smell is more powerful than the beta's. I hold out a hand and move past her. Because there's an enemy in this house, an alpha vampire, and an omega at that. Now what would an alpha omega be doing here? Chapter 18. Magnus. 2 days later. Blood misting to the den during the midday hours has been my best bet so far for retrieving blood without detection. I'll be back in a few minutes, I assure her, as I peel her fingers from my neck. It hurts me to part from her in this state, just as much as it hurts her. But this is part of the task of taking care of my Omega, and I intend to do a perfect fucking job of that. She whimpers as she leans back into our bloodied nest of blankets and pillows, but I have to retrieve more blood for us. That's my job as an alpha coaxing my Omega through an estrus-fueled heat. She blinks at me with bright red eyes as her chest rises and falls in a rapid pant. She won't be able to handle my departure for long, but I should only be out for a few minutes. An Omega requires vampire alpha blood to survive, and it goes both ways. I require Omega's blood too. Some nest combat the blood supply problem by turning polyamorous. It's commonplace for betas to join the family nest because they can venture out to feed on any blood they like. Betas can feed on vampires, humans, or even animals, making them desirable additions to some vampire family units. I have chosen to love my Omega alone. I will not be sharing her, which means I must provide enough blood volume for the both of us. The egg nest has a den for such requirements. When I blood mist to the dark, lower levels, my nose flares at the scent of blood and sex. Throughout the night, there would have been orgy parties in the adjacent rooms, but there are also feeding stations for those who prefer treated blood. It's the safest way to feed. I find the blood tanks lined up in the same place they were the day before, and I pluck out a bag and start filling one up. I'm completely naked with a raging hard-on. My knot throbs, ready to bury itself in my Omega again and stretch her open while I come in sight of her. Again and again, until she tells me that this cycle has properly finished. Many species have knots and pump as much cum into their mates as possible because impregnation can prove difficult. In a vampire's case, that is also true, but it's so much more than that. The power of the vampire born is directly related to how much I give my Omega right now. The more of my magic and blood I give to her, the more powerful a child she will grow. I want to give you everything, Gudrun, I think, as I take the full bag and bring it to my mouth. I suck it down in a few strong pulls. The filtered blood is unpleasant and bitter, but I'll wash out the taste with my Omega's flavor again soon, after she has taken her fill from me. My body will give her all the blood she will ever need, and so we will repeat the process again and again until she is satisfied. Magnus? Says a strong male voice from behind me, making me freeze. I lower the empty bag, but don't turn around. There's only one vampire who can sneak up on me like that. Sigurd? I reply. He chuckles, and I finally turn around, surprised to find a vampire alpha who matches my height, rather than the young prince I left behind many years ago. I raise a brow at him. How long have you known I was here? because I figured Gudrun's mother had to have been discovered by now. My Omega has trusted me that no harm would come to her. I have faith in my nest not to kill an Omega, even one from an enemy bloodline. At the very worst, she's being kept alive in the dungeons. Omegas are too precious a commodity to be killed. Sigurd smirks, and his blue eyes seem to flash in the darkness. It's daytime, but we're underground and safe from the sun's annoying rays. His sharp gaze is just as I remember it. When his wolf shifts in the shadows behind his legs, I smile. I always liked his wolf. 2 days, he tells me. The Omega you left in the guest rooms told us everything. I figured I would brief you on the situation when you came to feed. He nods at my drained bag. Go on. I'm sure you need more of that for your new mate, given what I've heard about her. He grins, showing off wicked fangs. Congratulations, brother. He means it, which surprises me. I don't deserve happiness, and if anyone should hate me, it's my little brother for leaving him like I did. Rarely do I obey another vampire alpha, but I entertain my brother as I do as he asked. I fill up the bag with more blood, then drain it in another few gulps. I'll need at least 4 more bags before I return to my Omega. So I work on 2 more while I assess the blonde vampire. What's the situation? I ask. I've been in exile, and while that didn't mean I had to remain completely clueless about nest activities, it was easier not to pry. I never expected to return. Sigurd's jaw flexes with stress that seems to weigh on his shoulders. I'm no empath like my Omega, but I can read a royal with too much on his plate when I see one. There's a new virus, he tells me, making me stiffen. He nods to the blood tanks. Most of us have resorted to only drinking the filtered supply, which luckily has also been tested for the viral properties. Live feeding has proven most dangerous, especially for those outside of the nest. I raise a brow. What does the virus do? Sigurd's blue eyes sparkle in the low light as he leans against the wall. He crosses his arms, stretching his thin shirt over his chest, showing off piercings on his nipples that are definitely new. I can't exactly talk about modesty, though, seeing as I'm standing here naked, covered in blood, and with a raging hard-on intended for my Omega. He seems to respect another alpha in his rut with a mated Omega, but this is important enough for him to intervene. He waited 2 days, which would be the minimum a heat would last. When it comes to Gudrun, I expect the minimum is going to be more like 2 weeks. My current state doesn't seem to bother him, though, as he answers me. It slowly exsanguinates the victim. It makes the vampire unable to imbibe blood in a way that sustains us. Cursing, I sweep my fingers through my hair. It turns the victim mortal? He shakes his head. It's more technical than that. The victim remains a vampire in every way, but is unable to extract necessary nutrients from blood. Any type of blood. He drops his hand and scratches Luna behind one of her ears. The movement is natural, and the wolf leans into him, guiding him to the part of her scruff she likes scratched most. Father was poisoned last year. He's strong, but he doesn't have much time left. My eyes widen. My brother is about to endure a full-blown nest war if our father dies without an heir who's properly mated. Sigurd, I can't, I begin. He throws up one of his hands. You're not qualified for the throne, Magnus. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to fill it. I drink the remaining amount of blood bags I require before I respond. Then you will have my full support once Gudrun's estrus is done. Sigurd grins. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. There's nothing quite like a feral vampire alpha defending his pregnant mate for an ally. Wait until you see the decor on the dresser, I think with a malicious grin. Tell the bastard to stay alive for 3 more weeks, I say, earning a chuckle from my brother. Because now that I know we will have a war on our hands, I'm going to fuck my Omega with all the ferocity she deserves. And then some. Have fun, he says as he disappears into the darkness with his wolf. He doesn't make a sound as he departs, and even with my keen vision, I can't spot his bright blue eyes or blonde hair anymore. I grin as I blood mist back to my mate, finding her beating on the door. She turns on me with a snarl. I had definitely been gone longer than a few minutes, but I'll make it up to her. Kneeling, I present my neck and roll my eyes back into my head when she buries her sweet fangs in my vein and feeds.
Chapter 19. Gudrun. 1 week later. I know that I'm deep in my estrus cycle. After a week of feverish knotting, I'm on the upper end of a cycle that gives me enough lucidity to tend to other needs. A warm bath was in order, one I only tolerated because I knew I was about to be covered in Magnus's scent again. Hygiene is important to vampires, and while Magnus had been giving me sponge baths during the worst of my heat, I enjoyed a proper bath once I was able to form words. Every muscle in my body is sore. Even though I'm a vampire, my heat has proved to be a marathon of substantial proportions. Magnus should be tired. He should chide me for prolonging my heat after he had already knotted me multiple times. It's not enough. Not yet, I think furtively, as I work on a secondary nest on the floor. The bed is tattered, so my instincts told me it was time to relocate, now that I'm rejuvenated from a warm bath. I'm ready to be covered in my alpha's blood and come all over again. Magnus watches me with glowing red eyes as he perches on the edge of a chair. He strokes his thick, throbbing cock that is always ready for me. He cups his knot that's pulsing and swollen. He's fully prepared for another round that'll run deep into the day and night. He's the perfect vampire alpha in every way. And he doesn't show any sign of fatigue. He grins at me as he watches me adjust his clothes on pillows that I've arranged on the floor. He had already ventured out during my bath to refuel on blood that will sustain us for another day and night cycle. He's not the only one who has been preparing for this week. His job is to keep up our blood volume, whereas mine is to keep our nest prepared and pristine. I've been draping clothes over him while he sleeps and rubbing them all over his cock, making sure the fabrics are drenched with his scent. Now, they make the perfect materials for my new nest. Puffing some of the pillows, I'm pleased with my creation as I glance up at our small audience. Magnus had a gift for me earlier this week. He brought glass freezing devices that are likely supposed to be for keeping flowers or some sort of science experiment. In this case, he used them to display the heads of my father and brothers that he killed. They're perfectly preserved as I get up and carefully turn the glass domes, keeping their eyes directed at the nest. Their deaths were the key to unlocking my estrus, and their dead eyes remind me that I'm safe with Magnus. I will never suffer or be oppressed again. As if he senses that I'm ready, he comes up from behind me, and his cock presses into my back. He sweeps away my hair as he leans down to skim a kiss along my throat.
Lean over, my Omega,
he says, with cruel delight in his tone. Sometimes I like to disobey him, but I've found that there's a reward when I play Magnus's game. Doing as he asks, I lean over onto the dresser and settle my chin on my arms. I look directly into the dead eyes of my slain relatives. Fuck you, I think, as Magnus draws his hands down my body. Then he pulls my hips, making my ass pop up how he likes. And then he slides his tongue through my folds, tasting me from behind. Oh. A blush warms my cheeks as Magnus pleasures me, while fully knowing that I'm locked in a staring contest with the dead reminders of my enemies. He's fucked up. But when Magnus fucks me with his tongue, I give in to the melting desire to fall back into the deeper cycle of my estrus. My stomach twists with need, and when Magnus's chest thrums with a powerful purr, slick gushes from me, and he laps it up as if he's starved for my taste. He purrs directly over my entrance as he pushes his tongue over my folds and licks my clit. He adjusts my hips, holding me in place while he feasts on me. My legs shake as he ups his pace, rushing me toward an orgasm.
Come on my face, Omega,
he commands me. My body shivers with the desire to comply. His power can't command me, but he still works for my obedience. He takes turns fucking me with his tongue and stroking my entire sex again and again until ecstasy coils inside me and sends electricity jolting through my entire system. I scratch my little claws over the dresser, snarling at the faces of my dead enemies while I allow myself pleasure. They would not have approved of an Omega enjoying her heat. They would not have wanted this for me. That only makes me come harder, as I let Magnus guide me into a climax, preparing me for the sweet torment he has in mind next. He doesn't often knock me from behind, but as my legs tremble from the powerful orgasm, he stands and places himself at my entrance.
Can I knot you here?
He asks. I appreciate the request for verbal permission. I'm still capable of words, for the time being, and he knows an Omega would prefer to mate in her nest. But he is helping me squeeze out my revenge, even now, after my enemies are dead. He's trying to show me that all things are possible when I let myself go. Fuck me, Magnus, I tell him. It's an order. One my alpha is happy to obey. He fights the contractions of my inner walls as he forces the bulbous head of his cock inside. His hips seem to stretch for him as my body accommodates his size. It doesn't matter how many times he fucks me. It always feels like he's going to tear me in two, especially when he had just made me come. His chest rumbles with a strong, protective purr that encourages my body to accept him. It removes the pain of stretching open for him and offers me only pleasure in return. I pant when he sheets himself all the way to his knot, impaling me until I force myself to relax. I'm an Omega. I'm small, whereas an alpha's cock is massive. But I'm built for an alpha, at least when I'm properly guided by the comfort of his purr and the measured restraint of his thrusts. He holds himself still as his cock throbs inside me. My inner walls still ripple with the aftershocks of the powerful climax he gave me with his tongue, working him and making him harden even further. There's something new deep inside me that has grown over the past week of an active estrus. There's a life inside of me. Warmth coils in my womb. It stretches open again in ready acceptance of the magic and gift Magnus's cum provides me. I'm aware that the more Magnus gives me, the healthier and stronger our child will become. This is a vital developmental stage for a born vampire. Maybe that's why my estrus cycle is so long. I don't want to give this child the bare minimum. I don't want any child of mine to suffer neglect or anything less than the very best. Meaning I need everything my alpha can possibly give me. I need to take all that he has to offer without reservations. I need to be ruthless. When I blink up at the dead eyes of my father, I see myself reflected in the smoky whites. If he had given my mother what she'd needed, perhaps my empath power would have come with more control. Perhaps I wouldn't have felt so lost all my life, or left to the whims of my brothers. I will never be like you, I think, as a growl vibrates in my throat. My body responds to my surge of determination, squeezing Magnus so hard that he grunts, and his knot bumps against my entrance. His cock throbs, and a small measure of warmth floods into my womb, telling me I've forced some of his cum out of him before he was ready.
Patience, Omega,
he tells me, but with fondness, while his words rumble with a strong purr.
I will give you as much of me as you need,
he promises. His vow makes me relax as he slowly starts to fuck me. My body hums with pleasure as he reaches around me and strokes my clit, rolling his fingers over me in time with his gentle thrusts. He's going to make me come again, but I'll allow it. My orgasms further open my womb and flood my body with nutrients I extract from his blood. I'll need to feed on him again, but I can't in this position. The frustration has me whimpering, so he pauses and readjusts us so that he can place his wrist in front of my mouth. He can't thrust into me like he wants to with his arm stretched around me, so I gyrate my hips on his cock while I sink my fangs into his lovely vein. He groans as I feed, and his cock rewards me with more cum as I force my body onto his knot. I can't work myself around him enough to push his knot inside, but I desperately try as I draw long pulls of blood from his arm while I widen my hips. He grabs me around the middle and carries me to my new nest while still buried deep inside of me. He lies on his back, then slowly lifts me off his cock. I turn around, eager to entertain his offer of knotting me while I'm in control. We've only done this position a few times, but I enjoy it. It feels like a forbidden gift for Magnus to give me the upper hand, choosing my pleasure as I ride him from above however I like. He's beautiful as he lies in my nest. He's disturbed some of the pillows, so I lean down to readjust them around his head. He patiently waits while I work. Then he offers me his neck. I'm distracted by the pure vein that'll give me more blood than his arm. I sink my fangs into it, and he lifts my hips, helping me fuck him while I feed. He doesn't tell me to stop or that I'm taking too much blood. It might require him to take a break to gather another round of blood for us tonight, but I feel like I need more blood than usual. Our child is already growing, I realize with a sense of elation. Everything we are doing is a dream, one that I get to live. When my inner walls squeeze and then relax, he takes his opportunity to push me down. I unlatch from him and squeak when his knot shoves into me, painfully stretching me in a blissfully agonizing way. I'll never get used to it. My world flashes with red as the pleasure hits me next. He bites my breast, but he doesn't take deep pulls of blood. He gently feeds while his knot slowly swells. The climax that comes from his knot always paralyzes me, and I am addicted. My body throbs around him, encouraging his cock to give me all of the cum he has generated since our last round, which, for a vampire alpha, is a lot. His tongue flicks my nipple while his fangs prick my breast. His knot stretches me open as I arch my back and explode from the inside. I scream as he growls, then his cum rushes into me like a flood.
You're mine,
His growls seem to say.
mine to fuck, mine to not, mine to breed. I'm going to pump you with so much cum that you'll be dripping with my seed for weeks.
The latter is a recalled memory of what he said to me earlier. But now we aren't capable of words, as we lose ourselves. His blood burns down my throat where I had my fill, and my body warms with his magic. My skin tingles as he leaks and sucks. I'm arched enough that he can fit his thumb between us, and he massages my clit while my inner walls continue to stroke him. My insides explode again and again as he continues to come into me. The warmth inside my belly throbs with life and magic and lust. Minutes pass. Hours, maybe. I'm unable to discern the passage of time as my alpha makes me spasm around him and accept his seed. When I open my eyes again, I'm greeted by the dead eyes of my father and my brothers. Fuck you, I think again. Watch me make the most powerful vampire of all. And this child won't ever know the alpha name. Chapter 20. Gudrun. 1 year later. So much can happen in a year, but what I marvel at most is that all my dreams came true.
You're both so beautiful,
Magnus whispers in my ear as our young daughter feeds from my breast. Her little fangs prick my skin while she suckles at the same time. Vampire children require both blood and milk. The combination is one of fascination to the scientist that the Egg Nest has befriended after studying the enemy virus that killed the last Egg King. I had never thought much about the process, but vampires seem to be mortal, at least when young, and grow into their immortality. It's incredible, really. Knowledge has been one of the boons that came with the studies required to keep the Egg Nest alive. Now that Magnus's brother has taken the throne, it's necessary. He's one of the few vampires not impacted by the new virus, but if he doesn't do something soon, there won't be a nest left. Magnus doesn't allow me to feel guilty that we choose to nest on a new land where we will build our bloodline. We already have a small staff of allies loyal to Magnus's mother, and they didn't approve of Sigurd's reign. While she died giving birth to him, she was the nest's true queen, making Magnus their chosen heir. The only problem is that Magnus never wished to take his father's throne. I don't think he ever expected to forge his own either, but giving us a fresh start means creating a new bloodline. It means that he is a self-made king, and I am his queen. Magnus handles the delicate politics, allowing me to fully focus on our family. I gaze out the window at a coastline of sprawling, frigid landscape, and a shiver runs up my spine. It's not the cold that elicits such a reaction. It's because Magnus wants another child. He hasn't said as much, but I can feel the hint of a new heat curling in my stomach that will throw me into a powerful estrus. Maybe one even more powerful than my first. He is absolutely the cause of it. It's too soon, I worry, because my cycles have never been normal, and this isn't either. I went from never experiencing a heat to now going into another one so soon after giving birth. My pregnancy lasted for 9 months, just like a human's would. But giving birth wasn't particularly painful. My body is accustomed to stretching open to accommodate large sizes. So I was grateful to Magnus's monster cock for preparing me for the delivery. That's how it's supposed to be. An alpha's size isn't for show. It's to transition the omega into the process of birthing a child. But another heat, so soon, that's not typical. A vampire omega's heat is only supposed to come every few years after having a child, but one can be triggered by imbibing a surplus of her vampire alpha's blood. And I regularly feed on Magnus to keep our hungry child fed. I also thoroughly enjoy feeding on my alpha, because feeding generally ends in sex.
Are you hungry?
Magnus asks, echoing the thrum of desire between my thighs. The hint of a rumbling purr rounds his words, making my toes curl. He's no empath, but he can read my body with ease. His entire focus is taking care of me and giving me everything I could possibly desire. The nest we are building together is not only far more luxurious than I would have expected, but it also holds tenants who value respect and empathy. Any vampire who joins our nest is given an evaluation by me personally, and if I bring any troubles to light, Magnus is quick to deal with them, especially if that involves bloody revenge. While I help him with his rage problem, he has found healthier outlets for his need for pain and violence. There are plenty of assholes in the world for Magnus to rip apart. Sigurd kept him busy for a while, and still regularly calls on him. But my alpha will always put me and our child first. Yes, I'm hungry, I tell him as I glance up, finding his dark gaze watching me in the reflection of the icy window. As are you, I observe. Magnus tends to go without feeding for long periods, making sure I have enough blood before he finally gives in and takes what he needs from me. I also suspect it's his way of playing with me. It can be a game of sensual denial when he withholds his bite. When he sinks his fangs into my flesh while he fucks me, I come so hard on his cock that I typically black out. Magnus is a skilled tormentor, and that doesn't exempt his little omega either. But when he looks at our daughter, he has nothing except fondness in his eyes as a smile tugs at his lips. Our daughter gently unlatches and slumps into the crook of my arm, falling into a deep sleep under the watchful gaze of her father. She has never known a single second of fear or anger, and I intend to keep it that way. Little droplets of milk and blood dot her lips, and I chuckle as I swipe them away with my thumb. At least someone is full, I murmur. Magnus kisses the top of my head.
Just like you're about to be,
he says. My stomach flutters in response, because he knows as well as I do that our little girl is going to sleep for at least a day now that she has fed. Our scientist friend needs to really study how infant vampirism works. The long stretches of sleep lasting over 24 hours after feeding aren't typical of what a human child might do, from my understanding. But the extended nap gives me enough time to restore my reserves from my alpha. I have a feeling that Magnus intends to bite me soon, and that thought alone makes my core throb. He takes her from me, and I expect him to settle her into her crib for her long sleep. Instead, he holds her for a moment and brushes a little curl of blonde hair from her eyes. She doesn't open them, but if she would, I know they would be a bright ruby red. Covering them are long eyelashes that rest over her porcelain face, and Magnus reverently kisses each side. My womb nearly opens on an estrus cycle on the spot.
I want to give you a brother or a sister,
he tells her, confirming my suspicions. Magnus glances up at me with a wry smile. He has his fangs safely retracted while he gives our daughter another gentle kiss.
If your mother wishes it.
And there it is. He doesn't expect me to take his nod, or be his breeder. I'm something so much more to him. I always get a say. He would sooner rip out his own heart than even think about hurting me. Yes, I say breathlessly as I smile. Let's build our bloodline, Magnus. He seems pleased as he nestles our princess in her crib. We have no worries about her suffocating, as her similarities with human children end with the consumption of milk. She doesn't need to breed. She goes still as she nestles into the safety of her long sleep, and Magnus sweeps me into his arms.
Let's build a home, Gudrun,
he says, as he presses his hard knee against my hip. He brushes my hair away and kisses my throat, making my skin tingle with desire.
My queen.
He types out a message on a communication device, catching my eye. Why are you texting my mother? I ask. He licks my throat again as he waits for the ping of a response.
Because she's going to watch our baby while we work on making another one.
I blush, realizing that it's probably necessary. Even if our daughter will sleep for 24 hours, it's likely another estrus will be as long as my last one, and that one was 2 weeks. My mother lives in our nest with us and has mended our relationship over the past year. She still has my father's watchful eye on her. I gifted her his frozen head, and she gleefully placed it on a pedestal in her room, there always as a reminder that the dark times are over. I'd be delighted, the reply says. My mother loves to spoil her grandchild. I have no doubt she'll already have tons of activities planned to entertain my daughter once she wakes, meaning I'm fully at my alpha's disposal. He brings the device as he takes me by the hand, guiding me to a nest I have been working on for the past few days. I smile, because I hadn't even realized he'd noticed the small collection of his clothes I had squirreled away in one of my favorite reading nooks. Surrounded by walls of books, my alpha peels off my dress, kissing every inch of my skin until I'm naked. This is different from our first heat. We're more familiar with each other now. We're less rushed, and I prepare for the wave of feverish heat that washes over me. You'd better tell my mother it's going to be more like 3 weeks, I say, as I lick the pulse of his neck. My hands sweep over his muscular chest that ripples with power and strength. He goes still, then glances down and updates the message before setting the phone on one of the shelves. He keeps his back to me and doesn't turn around. I stare at his back, wondering if that's asking too much. I'm sure I could keep it to 2 if I begin. But Magnus turns on me and wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me against him. He presses a needy kiss to my mouth, then I feel the pressure of his fangs as they extend.
I'm just so fucking lucky to have you.
A purr rumbles in his chest as he bites his own tongue, filling his mouth with blood before he shoves his tongue into my mouth, letting me taste his delicious flavor of wood smoke and liquor. He knows his blood is like a drug to me. I groan as I lean into the kiss and take his gift.
Never hold back,
he says as he kisses me. He squeezes my ass as I wrap my legs around his waist. I grind against him, wishing I had taken his clothes off before I tasted his blood. He cups my face and makes me look up at him. I see the reflection of my eyes flaring with red as I gaze up at him.
3 weeks, 5 weeks, a year. I don't fucking care how long you need. You take your fill, my Omega. And then you take some more, because you're my diamond. And I'm going to make sure you shine.